Thought I'd just go ahead and start quickly today. Um, okay, just arranging my background noise. This is the announcements for today's narration crafting. Um, let's see, let's choose. Let's try this one. I forgot what this one's like. Okay, this one has a bit of a rainy kind of sound. Definitely don't want volume number 95 though. You probably can't even hear me right now. 27 was a bit low from yesterday's content, so I'm going to go up to 37. That seems good. Now I need to turn down the browser because those other streams are way too loud. Browser output at 20. Alright, now I need to pull up. We're doing one old script and one new script today, which is intended to conclude the first chapter or overworld area in this narration design. Yes. Evernote. That's where all my scripts are. We have the fizzing beverage right here. So we did the harm reduction 1-1 script. However, I also invented a title text for this one. Let's go ahead and display that now. This font is a little bit out of control. Size 256 is the default size. Spherical being. We live on a sphere and we are composed of spheres. Okay, that's the epigraph. Now, no, wrong one. I guess we can use this one real quick. not a whole lot of announcements to go through here. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Now, the new stream rules are actually a set of instructions. I went ahead and basically overwrote all the old rules. There might be a couple little phrases that I kept. But it's now a statement about creativity and lurking. This is because lurking is the essence of creativity. I'm making something to lurk in, so you're invited to. You can lurk here now or later. Well, I suppose the volume is good. Okay, I have to locate the old script because I'm pulling in the old one from summer. This one must be it. Okay, so technically this chapter has a part 2 or bonus segment which contains Q&As about, specifically about identifying and escaping from the type of relationship abuse, which it's a very, very, very specific type of mental health crisis that is extremely challenging, and there are lots and lots of information about it on the Quora site where people pose questions or question interested people create answers for each other. So I gathered all of my answers, or most of them, most of the ones I find to be the most significant, and that's like the secret extra component for this that kind of gives you the full details that it requires to to see the whole picture of what I'm doing with this craft. It's written here in this old script. It was last edited at the end of September. Yeah, about 3 months ago. The sub-premise of abuse healing is a vital fragment in the construction of the harm reduction position. To establish the position of a person in the abuse corner or trap. A place of high infringement and high pressure on your mental well-being. The super premise is the emergent wealth of our organism is trapped and suspended. We are in a heart attack, and the result is widespread mental illness suffering, decay instead of creating. Reference point here is back to some of the first sentences that I wrote about the mind open spaces and walking down the steps from where I am now to get down to understand where I was before, ultimately taking a look at my inner child. Those thoughts are expanded in the first voice episode I recorded for this. That had to be in June or July, I would guess, maybe even May. And I guess I copied most of that into the script for the official episode, where I kind of started writing this set of scripts right before I thought of the 3 chapters, 3 overworlds. Let's see, so this one, okay, this one's made out of some additional items that I began. Let me see if I can find this thing that's supposed to start it. I played this on a stream while I was just developing. It might even be part of my Minecraft Sequence 1 episode now that I think of it, but we're going to try to play it again right now because it's right here in this outline, and I have to go over this outline in order to do the part of this script that is actually written for today. This is about the battle shout mythos as well, that I start getting into it, which I've talked about a great deal in the new scripts, but this is the old one where it all was originally written. Then I kind of added this to a few other scripts, parts of it anyways. This also contains an introduction to the next overworld, which is a story of my deaths and respawns. It looks like that's where it just pivots right to. This is not actually that organized. This outline just contains pieces that I think I wrote where those go in a little bit better detail in this next one. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, the end of this one is actually the newest drafting that I wrote about the beginning point here. So we're really only doing the first half of this particular thing. Let's just transplant this as an image, because this is more of a table of contents for this chapter that I'm talking about and completing right now. Let's pull that as a screenshot and put it up on the screen right now. Harm reduction and the awareness toggle. This is a title image. Let's just place it in the narration folder. There's actually a couple voice segments that belong right here that I need to play as part of this. So let me locate those also. Might already be here. Let's see if I already attached it to my Evernote thread. Yeah, this is it. Story outline, comprehensive reflection. This one's complication, the one that goes, so let me download these so I can play each one. Just download. It's not working. Story outline. Comprehensive reflection. Okay, download that one. Both of these are like the start point for this conclusion segment, basically. Let's download this one too. This is just a cool sound to play. I mean, some of it's cool, and some of it's didn't quite work out well, but I ended up keeping all of it as one thing. Haven't edited it or processed it at all. The main thing to hear in this is the weird church belling. Let's listen to that while I continue to set things up. To do that, I've got to open yet a third VLC player. I'm playing the Monk Education broadcast from one, and I'm playing this potion sound from another. VLC allows you to open more instances, so I simply just opened a third one to play this audio with. Alright, let's listen to this. None of these other downloads actually happened. Save. Something's wrong with the fucking permissions. Well, that's weird. The Opera browser has a VPN option in it. Testing two different VPNs right now. ExpressVPN and IPVanish. Site settings, that must be it. I feel like I just allowed downloads for it. There we go. Okay, that one, and that we're supposed to be listening to right now instead of troubleshooting it. Complication, that's the one that did download. Can't remember. Oh, wait. I just remembered both things I'm trying to play.
When I first learned the piano and played these wretched scales, the teacher beside me had a pencil in her hand and she hit my fingers every time I made a wrong note. Consequent was I never learned to read music because I hesitated too long to play the note on time. Because I was always, is this pencil gonna land? See? That gets built into your psyche. So people are always, although they're adults and nobody is clubbing them around and screaming at them any longer, they hear the echoes of that screaming mama or that bombinating papa in the back of their heads all their life long. And so they adopt the same attitudes to their own children. And the fast continues.
This volume's intentionally quite low.
Because there is no, and I don't say that you shouldn't.
But I have the headset turned down.
Children, if you want them to play the social game. But if you lay down the law to your children, you must make provision later in life for them to be liberated. You go through a process of curing them from the bad effects of education. But you can't do that unless you too grow up, see? As we grow up. Says I, including myself. It's a publication, not a confession. So that is the thing. Now, therefore, in the Zen seed, you would think that the master, as we know him and as we read about him, is an extremely authoritarian figure. That's the way he deliberately comes on at the beginning. He puts up a terrific show of being an awful dragon. And this screens out all sorts of people who don't have somehow the nerve to get into the work. But once you are in, a very strange change takes place. The master becomes the brother. He becomes the affectionate helper of all those students, and they love him as they would a brother, rather than respect him as they would a father. And therefore the students and masters, they make jokes about each other. They have a very curious kind of social relationship, which has all the outward trappings of the authoritarian, but everybody knows on the inside that that's a joke. Liberated people have to be very cool. Otherwise, in a society which doesn't believe in equality and cannot possibly practice it, they would be considered extremely subversive. Therefore, great Zen masters wear purple and gold and carry scepters and sit in thrones and all this is carried on to cool it. And the outside world knows that they're all right. They have discipline, they have order, they're perfectly fine.
Alright, now we can listen to the cool sound. Somewhat cool. This is the cool part. Okay, now we will listen to the one called Complication, and then the story Comprehensive Reflection. Okay, I was just listening to Jordan Peterson, who I don't really listen to him that much or subscribe to many of his ideas, but I have found some intrigue and some resonance in some of the things that he's asserted that I've heard. Now, this particular video I added to the Adventure School 5 stack because this episode, or this stack, this session, so to speak, is about being vexed and being trapped and hitting the end of your ability to think you can control anything about anything. The essence of hitting the end of the road where you literally are in what's called don't care, where you literally can't exert any more belief in something going a certain way that's positive or in an outcome happening that has any kind of harmony. That's the essence of where you are when the essence of the Sly Man takes over. When you stop trying and you stop not trying and you're magically boosted into this secret area essence. So Jordan Peterson was saying mental illness is not really the root thing that we're troubled by. And I want to talk about this in the context of my education monk aspect of Adventure School and of what I would like to do. Like Watts says, what you would do if money were no object. This is what I've been trying to think about doing for at least the last 6 years, but much longer in the broad scope of things, since I was in corporate hell, saying I wanted to do something more relevant to teaching and to artfulness and to surviving human struggle by way of creativity and art. In high school, I had exactly one course that was actually centered in this, called Humanities, and it was a combined study between writing / creativity / music with history and literature. Basically was the fourth one. It was those 4 subjects put together: music, literature, history, and writing. There was a writing part of it specifically. So Jordan Peterson said that mental illness is an issue, but the real issue is complexity, complication. And I would rephrase this in terms of our social contract, which is essentially, in essence, at this moment, you're not free. You have to purchase citizenship. You have to purchase freedom by way of obedience and by way of finding a way to sell out your time. Lots and lots of it. It costs a lot of your time in order to succeed at buying your freedom, your citizenship. And we're constantly forced through the I forgot the term Alan Watts uses for it, in Coincidence of Opposites, where he's describing this exact problem in the social contract, and it's more whimsical the way he describes it, by simply presenting the fact that we're going along thinking that we're going to get to the great thing. It's coming, and suddenly you're about 40 years old and you realize you got there and you don't feel different. And it's the whimsical feeling about realizing you cheated yourself the whole way down the line to think you were going to some great thing, and instead of dancing while the music was playing at any given point along the way. That you weren't taking a journey, that you weren't doing travel across a long distance to go somewhere great, that where you already were was great. Jordan Peterson says that the problem's complication in terms of catastrophes, disasters, pressure, difficulties. This is the flaw in the social contract that forces you to go have your time bought out in order to purchase freedom, in order to purchase just a little bit of relief. It's not enough relief. It's not enough simplicity. It's too much pressure. It's way too much fucking unwellness and discord in terms of the things that aggravate mental illness. So mental illness is not the root problem. It is simply the thing being provoked to greater and greater heights by a system that absolutely will not permit us to have rest. This system expects us to live as if we're not alive, in constant fear, in constant anxiety and in constant struggle and panic to keep on going on. And go on as if death doesn't even exist. You're not even allowed to acknowledge death. You're supposed to go on pretending like it doesn't happen up until the moment, whoops, you accidentally are gone, and they hide it from you. He goes into this in The Inevitable Ecstasy and a couple other talks, and the Joker, he mentions it offhand, that he's the Undertaker is a guy who sweeps you under the rug at considerable expense. You're not allowed to live as an alive person. You have to go like a zombie, but death and rest isn't allowed either. You're not allowed to give up your responsibility. You're not allowed to have freedom or play or rest. You're not allowed to have a simple life. The system does not tolerate the existence of those who don't belong. That's what's wrong with the social contract, is it requires an endless amount of panic and attainment in pursuit of some great thing, when in actuality it's just obedience to authorities and rulers. And if you're the wrong color or the wrong gender, you make too much noise, you're not allowed to have a bad day. They throw you away for it. They try to come and punish you and make someone out as a criminal if there's a crisis. And I didn't see that angle of the problem per se until I was in the domestic hell situations that entailed this. It entailed me getting pushed into this corner where fascists wanted to put me in their for-profit jail system just for trying to save my family, and the only reason I was in that corner is because of the way this endless pressure cooker, aggravates all the mental illness triggers of my significant other, who just simply can't have peace. She's not allowed to be valued for what she does and what she wants to do, and neither am I. What we want to do is education work. We don't want the endless pursuit of obedience to rulers so that you can buy some tiny little 5 minutes a week sovereignty that's basically not even a whole weekend that you get anymore. We don't want that, but the system is aggravating all the types of mental illness that are triggered, that have paranoia and fear and anger and PTSD situations where we can't have peace. And we need to have a society and a social contract where peace is the center point, where you are invited to play the game or any of the games available if you would like to, and where nobody comes out and tries to force you. They don't force you into the street out of housing and out of health if you can't pay your obedience fees, and they don't come force you into a jail if you have bad days every now and then, or you're trying to help somebody who has bad days, and it just aggravates into the point where you're angry and you've made mistakes too because you have flaws, and all of a sudden you're being charged with crimes for it. It's bullshit! And I'm fucking tired of this social contract, and I want to start a monastery that is essentially a school. Education from the standpoint of the monk is a combination of total sovereignty, which is an underlying pillar of total wellness, growth which only happens of itself. It can only take place when there is not force and complication and pressure on top of you, requiring you to go be distracted with attainment and obedience and giving up all of what it takes to have rest and to have nourishment and to have real play, the real contemplation for the sake of what is the basic essence of an enlightened state, of the feeling that you are in the ultimate mind, the ultimate experience, that you're already there, that you are it, that you're not off trying to attain it through some complicated, long, drawn-out process. And that's where Watts brings a heavy amount of roasting toward religion and toward psychotherapy and toward judges and court and authorities and all of it. He embodies the Joker, who is a jester against all forms of stringing you along in complicated attainment to try to keep you there, to try to draw the process out and keep people as their students and as their their clients under the psychotherapy guise, or keep you in the jail system as an incarcerated, institutionalized person, or the education system. All of it. He's the only fucking voice other than George Carlin who has ever been able to voice my basic fucking principle of life, that the only action that qualifies as teaching is subverting the authority that pulls you away from well-being and peace and calmness and rest and celebration. It was the ultimate realization that my life purpose, so to speak, is artfulness in support of celebration and against non-celebrators and celebration crashers. The Nazis, the fascists, and the fucking miserable people of this world who can't let others alone, who can't just allow nature to happen of itself, and they have to boss and own the destiny by force. We have to fix this social contract, or the entire human system is completely collapsing. And this pandemic situation is forcing, I think, the elites to make concessions they never ever otherwise would have had to make. They never would have had to admit that it's a game that deliberately throws people away for disobedience, for arbitrary reasons, and not allowing them to have bad days, and not allowing them to have rest, not allowing them to have wellness by way of trying to charge them for the simple right to exist in such a way that just doesn't make sense. It's a self-frustrating game rule. We can't keep living like this as a human group. It will not work. We will all fucking go extinct. Alright, that's that one. Now let's listen to the mega outline, and now I've got the other script all stacked together so that I can do that one to set us up for the final one. I'll put some space in between them, and I'm going to put some gameplay up now that I have the scripts organized. I'm going to just play more Warcraft. Okay. We're supposed to be listening to an audio right now. I just forgot to put it on. When I started creating with the intention to tell a story, I didn't know what the story was yet. I knew I had some story to tell, but I had no definition. In other words, I contained the blocks that it was made out of or spelled out with, the symbols, the raw experience, the unspeakable, in essence, realities that I have walked through, my deaths and respawns, the questions I have traveled through to bring us this message. 3 chapters existed up to that point, which roughly consisted of the giggler in church, my child self, the trauma breakpoints of the death of my mother, and my own death one, the first mystical experience, constituting a near-death experience I couldn't understand. Part 2 sort of begins in that breakpoint, which is the whole time period from then up until I grow bigger, and I wander aimlessly in a kind of locked up discontent. Terrible Lie is the anthem song for a radio version of this whole proceeding. Angry at the cult I had escaped from. And this spans all the way up until I reach the very tip top of adulthood. So basically age 11, all the way up until I am late 20s. Essentially, I don't think this part even break points until I'm 30, when I break off onto my own and I have left the corporate hell that I was in, after kind of very subtly realizing it in full, that I wanted to do something constituting teaching, constituting using my skill of creativity and of walking against corrosive or suppressing forces and institutions. I refer to it as humanities skill, referencing the class in high school before I left high school, combining disciplines about history, literature, writing, music, and art outside of music. Music was its own scope, and then there was an art tier. And then novels and reading and writing, language arts was combined into it. So a series of events led me out of the domesticated and corporate employment life, the corporate hell, and the fake life of a person on a profession path that just didn't make sense. I later encountered Matthew Silver and his words when he said, I knew I didn't want to make the grade, I didn't want to be somebody, and I broke down. My breakdown was expanded out over a very long period. It took me a while to fully complete the breakdown. But essentially, that's the third tier, is as I enter the state that would enable me to complete the breakdown, I entered a state of a heavy fall in love. A heavy encountering of exactly what I desired. A person with as much of an educator's authority, disruption, creativity power, mother energy, matching my own. And so this third tier is the transition out of the disgruntlement, the locked up dismay, into me at my worst. Really the trial pushing me to the point where I would be open for the real arrival point, my creative arrival point as a monk educator. Beginning to search for the story overlaps in that phase. I was still at my worst during that moment. That part of it is called the quest. And I was doing a graveyard shift, delivering the state newspaper, and I've got a piece written that talks about this time period. I've got to add a few other little details in, but this time period where the quest has begun, but I'm still in the worst moment, the number 3 in the story, experiencing it. But starting to search for the story is what had to happen. I later distilled this into the insight that questions asked in the right way are the means of adventuring, of actually going. If you decide, and by doing so you would determine the question that you should be walking along, you quest around. What are you searching for? What exactly is your question? Which was the question I was asking myself. I was kind of speaking to me as I'm ready to transition out of the locked up dismay. I started asking, just what the fuck is my question? Just what the fuck is my story? What the hell's going on here? Because I was super duper boggled at that point, and I had been through a variety of struggles related to my PTSD triggered panic attacks, which I never realized that that's what it was prior to that. Ultimately, I had medicinal experiences, sort of beginning with ketamine in the emergency room. I then completely stopped use of alcohol and began pursuing the idea of neurogenesis and psilocybin to continue along that same question path, knowing that it would allow me to heal, which seemed to be the main thing in my question, is how do we walk a path of healing. But that was only a subtle piece of it. I didn't really realize the full question, of course, until I reached the boom, the point that all of that was leading up to, the real changeover from out of the me at my worst moment into the answer to the question, the thing following the quest, which is Unit 5 in the timeline and the outline tiers here. Unit 5 is interesting because it is actually, it's like the two doors room in the Coda puzzle. One door on either side, it's a dark room inside, and there's a switch on the inside of the first door. That you have to press while the door is in motion in order to progress. Number 5, it is that I've found the answer, but I have to also exit this place. I can enter this place, but just entering it is nothing. It's just a blank room with nothing in it. But essentially, that moment is the Battle Shout trip, the mushroom trip in May of 2019, where all the pieces of information and experiences, I was able to scan them, or you see them arranged into the real interpolation of their total meaning, and gained the Battle Shout, the answer, what I'm searching for. What I'm searching for is you, is your true, unspeakable self, your ultimate reality self, you. That's what is to be found when you battle every boss and monster to the last floor of the dungeon and locate the treasure. That treasure is you. So realizing that was a place. It was an arrival point. It was the entryway of the arrival point, like level 1 in Doom 2, the entryway. It was just the opening into the underhalls and the rest of the game that is this, the Monk Education Adventure School. But exiting that room was a year later. Well, not a full year. I mean, it was a couple of months. Experiencing the first LSD trip. In my angriest depression, alone with my questions, I saw me. I saw that I am the sky. We are all falling here. There's no getting back up onto the cliff edge. Once you fall, in the motion of the fall, I saw we are not separate. I saw you, and by seeing you, I saw me. I only saw me because I saw you, and I realized it. I'm the sky. We are all falling, and there's only love here, which constitutes the short interval between Battle Shout and the I'm Sky moment. Was walking through that door and exiting it. Walking forward from there leads me to seeing just what exactly is this through this door, and it is the Zen paradox and the full utilization of the huge gaze to scan all these things, to see the only objective that there can be, growth of itself when you're free from illusions and from coercion systems, liberation. And so that's the story of how I found the story, and how having found the story enabled me to
come to the entire vehicle of my creative arrival point, which is ultimately the only means for me to tell it, for me to do anything. The story is about my creative emergence, and it takes place through the knowledge encoded for me and left for me by Alan Watts, by his creative arrival point. I feel a deep connection, as if I was either extremely close, have lived the life that he lived in either a direct or a very close indirect way. And his words explain 100% of the feelings of my heart, which ultimately is the monk's enlightenment, the Zen medicine for coercion and illusions that are worrisome, that are the definition of anxiety. And all of the insights contained between the I'm Sky trip moment and now the creative arrival point with Adventure School, and the rectangles that it includes that are in my inventory for the character Fool the Great, are blocks that I can assemble in any way. Any assembly of them tells you reality. It's like combining different lights and different viewpoints to see a different piece. It's like the ship of the mind in Cosmos, the Neil deGrasse Tyson reboot, where he can go anywhere to any time, and that vehicle is a metaphorical to the Zen paradox combined with the huge gaze. And ultimately the potion rectangle, which is the only one that refers to experiences happening in front of your eyes now that damage you or that suppress you. The potion is the Sly Man solution to those damages, to heal yourself, to suddenly leave with no need for a prior announcement, without having to think about it, deliberate, because that's too slow. Reality is infinite fast. The Sly Man escapes the boundaries. He outwits the devil by a secret tool, the potion. You click on it when you've taken damage, and you can heal the damage, and you can succeed rather than being killed and wiped in whatever boss or enemy encounter that is that damages you. Because you don't have to accept it. Once you understand that peace exists, your rectangle potion is the tool, the means by which you simply refuse the non-peace state and you go to peace, even if you can't exit where you are, like I.e. in the jail cell, where I really first began the first granule of this realization, and realized it was the cheat, it was the secret hack, it was the special ability. I realized that within a meditation state. Now that's an outline of how I may structure the 3-point story video / essay, which consists of part 1, the harm reduction platform, which represents the beginning of when I began to think about what was important to me, what I wanted to do. It was always harm reduction. I just didn't have all the words and ways of thinking about it because of my illusions and my immaturity. Number 2 is basically the narrative of the mystical experience with small details as necessary to tell those realizations out of those first 3 chapters. And that's my deaths and respawns. The questions I've traveled through to bring us this message. How and why I created my words. And the final one is the video game koans Zen Paradox story, the full unfurlment of what I have as insight through the game parables for this arrival point, and ultimately the Adventure School creative arrival point. Final message, because there's 3 messages. The adventure basics are those 3: the awareness of, and then the celebration of, and the creativity, the crafting of expression and resonation of your inner reality, your actual full reality self that is manifested spontaneously and not under coercion or under false illusion and forcing. Those 3 items constitute what it is for adventuring when you are deciding to travel from your experience. You already know when you are going, you're actually doing the traveling, what it takes to actually go ahead and depart from what you already know. And the doing, the XP, what it is that happens after you've done that, when you're in the place that you don't know, when you're having the true reality spontaneity. Because that's the thing about spontaneity. It reveals what you don't already know. It's the new XP, it's the treasure. It's yourself, your fully actualized and seen self.
Okay, that was the end of that one. Pretty good comprehensive overview of what the 3 chapters are. In chapter 1, it's necessary to establish that and kind of describe the components, which will be developed in a lot more detail, some of which has already been kind of grafted in the introductory way in earlier narrations. So now we are going to cover the script I have from that moment when I recorded that, but I just had to paste it together from a couple different subscript development notes. Okay, so as I mentioned when I was first looking over this, the super premise of this segment, Chapter 1, is the emergent wealth of our organism is actually trapped. It's suspended, we're in a heart attack, and the result is actually widespread mental illness and suffering. It's decay instead of the creating that we are wired for and were built for as human beings. So I've got this intro segment establishing definitions, basically. Punchlines, definitions. Intent or impact here. The most important thing here is to frame all of the rectangles. We can't start talking about them the way the rest of the script does unless we start with these high-level definitions. So the very first foremost definition you need is mythos. I've spent some time talking about this on the development streams and on some of the scripted ones. I'm sure I've covered this a couple times, but why is this important? If you heard the expression, the picture is worth 1,000 words, then the story is worth 1,000 pictures. And mythos is like 1,000 stories. It's a story dash picture. And we've got an interlude of the Zen Paradox door, or the blue monastery entrance door. Both of those images are basically interchangeable in my monk mythos. This is the first rectangle. The second one is double bind. Most importantly, you have to act before you think. How can anyone do that? In other words, it's not possible to decide beforehand. That's too late, because reality is infinite fast. How can anyone do this? Answer: there is no way out of the bind, technically. The double bind is the foundational tool for unselecting a game rule. Without understanding double bind, we cannot make any assertions about illusions or reality. You have to act before you think. How can anyone do that? There is no way out of that bind. Well, there is actually one way out, and it's a rectangle. Zen Paradox. Basically, it's a pause function, solving the fact that reality is infinite fast. My story is about these rectangles. Then we have a Watts clip. I've played it a few times in a couple of the compilations so far, where he's asking why do we put ourselves in boxes. In the later essay, I'm going to talk about this particular aspect of the exact meaning, the way we can talk about both the benefit and the negative way of using boxing and containers. The key is the voluntary element about it. I'm not going to replay that right now. I'll play it later. So this is basically Battle Shout plus There Is No Teacher plus channeling insights. Mutual arising is completely foundational to being able to look at the Zen paradox. Emptiness as a frame that lets you see something at all. The narrative voice of me, regular me, the person, is trying to deobfuscate this to explain that I can't teach you how to do this, but my entire project is to amplify your seeing you. Because I don't exist unless you're seen. So rather than teaching you something, I'm actually learning about you. By standing here where I am, I'm crafting this reality right now, what's contained inside of this video right here. This is education content that will never change. It is what it is. It will always be what it is only. However, your version of it, the impact and the relevance and the contextualization of it to you, when you experience it, that's the act of reading the book. That's the paradox essence. It's you that I'm looking at, even though this is my mystical experience tale. When I began this channel with the Battle Shout concept, I didn't have the definitive statement of my purpose. Any being denied their sovereignty cannot access growth. Therefore, we uphold the immutable, sovereign right to be a school and oppose all coercive damage or suppression by any individual or authoritarian corporation or state or other type of bureaucracy. Any type of force exerted on us will be refused as a human right. So my position as a mystic educator is really that of an ANCAP. I claim total sovereignty to be a school, a fair use, social organism cultivation entity. We hold these truths to be self-evident. So, this is a blueprint for a school with total authority to refuse the infringement upon our well-being of a bad social contract. The point of this blueprint is to give it away to you, for you to be allowed to pick it up and use it, and the whole purpose of it is the fact that we are allowed to pick up such a blueprint and use it to increase our well-being and stop infringements against it. Identity, a completely voluntary group. We display this statement as the same blueprint anybody could pick up and similarly invoke. We uphold the right to operate this way with full liberty. If any coercion or violence is done against this, it's illegal and unethical. Sovereignty is intrinsic, and we're born with this right to assemble together for well-being. No forcible infringement of our education practice will be accepted. Period. Acts of force against this well-being constitute declaration of war on the innocent, autonomous people of this planet. We will first withdraw from the tyranny seeking refuge, but, if faced with no withdrawal opportunity, we have to lay down our lives defending this cause. The death of George Floyd is the mathematical sentence of this. We refuse any degree of weight pressed down upon our survival and growth. From murder done in the open by false authorities to the concealed violence, artificial impoverishment, slowly suffocating us by denying our intrinsic sovereignty. Trevor Noah put it in words. We're furious now for those who've died and the ones who don't die. I say, coercion is cancer. Harm reduction is the name of my platform because it specifically calls out the damage we can agree upon as harmful, regardless of individual beliefs or principles. The name embodies my refusal to be a bystander to gross negligence and toxic abuse. So my channel is about mental health, creativity, and inner peace. My mission is to spread harm reduction until it's the standard, ensuring sovereignty for anyone who seeks growth, uninfringible by Nazi force and violence. That's the education of a monk. Liberation. The educators said to the Nazis, "Let us have funding to choose school or homeschool up to that point." Nazis said, "No, we require young people to attend government programming facilities." The educators replied, "No, because harm reduction requires not allowing the kids into your violent custody." Informed by my childhood as a misunderstood neuroatypical, my harm reduction politics are three main pillars that are based on what went wrong. First of all, I was put on Ritalin at age 6, as if my difference was a disability rather than a talent. And next, I was forced through toxic authority institutions, the Mormon cult and the US government school. I wanted to follow my fascination and grow in my own way, but staying home where I was free just wasn't allowed. My battle shout is for gifted kids. I'm speaking for every child that's being harmed and destroyed by Nazi institutions and false scarcity, which are the standard of citizenship here for all but the most privileged, who withhold the natural flow of the social organism's emergent wealth. A social contract which recognizes that education and growth is owned by individuals and not attained from authority or gatekeepers or via obedience to any particular interest or influencer, we would say, CEO, boss, etc. Any of these words, they all describe the invalid, the mechanism that absolutely will fail us and will extinct us. You don't attain education or growth from that. You own it within yourself. This is a social contract that actually will permit the existence of outsiders and not promote crowd and bureaucracy cancer, if it actually recognizes that education value is literally just owned by individuals and families thereof. Never, ever any brand or state entity. Viable technology is that which completely eliminates the previously heavy overhead, cost, or burden, and so it is adopted widely. It makes the previous solutions obsolete. Thereby, decentralizing money is the viable tech of connecting all previously viable tech with the possible beneficiaries. That's an inclusion innovation. Harm reduction platform is completely non-ambiguous. If your behavior channels harm reduction, you're a healer, educator, or warrior, defending precious young. If you do not channel harm reduction, then you are a Nazi. You are dealing damage to the young instead of defending and adding to them. This is a concentration country without adequate harm reduction. Literally is designed to exterminate anyone who doesn't belong, instead of protecting the most vulnerable, the youngest, or the talented, or offering a completely voluntary social contract. These are the two defining elements of what harm reduction is: protection or care, and basic sovereignty, the resisting of coercion and force. So we need to support the idea of humiliating an enormous narcissist without even using our MVPs, just to prove our point. And a side note here, of course, this was written speculatively, and of course now we have done that. And we're having an inauguration tomorrow. Whether you like Trevor Noah or not, or whether you particularly like people who are more left-leaning or not, what Trevor Noah said when he was talking to Bernie is truth. Getting Biden to say it will get it recognized as normal. Doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. That's the message of the whole Biden movement here. Either we stage unprecedented uprisings now, actually right now, not waiting, or unite our support behind a guy who's only symbolic of our discontent with harmful authority institutions. The current non-president who was holding office had only worsened. He has never ever reduced harm, and he will cause more harm before this is over. That was a prediction that I wrote. Also in late September, which came true multiple times. Especially when you think of the 3,000 plus deaths per day we have in my country from the pandemic alone. So we must get rid of him. How to remove Trump? Trump removal service. Wealth is manifested in real material. Bezos and all the rest of the wealthy elites' failure to circulate the gains of emergent wealth is effectively a cancellation of the wealth it could become. That's anti-wealth, anti-material. So he is a dark overlord. His command is over an enormous nothing. Harm reduction is UBI, analogous to the breakup of the entanglement with toxic institutions and government controls, with a payment specifically for well-being we desperately need to regain after the harm of Nazi institutionalized unwellness. That payment's literally to recoup the damage that was done because the governing institutions have had a massive, unprecedented, history-making and history-breaking institutional failure. On the show The Newsroom, which I excerpted in my Volume 4 wrap-up compilations, they spent some time exploring this and talking about what's the meaning of institutional failure, because it highlights negative consequences to individuals who are merely innocent workers. They're not complicit in the destructive nature of the harmful overlords in these situations. That's the main thing with institutional failure, is that you're not able to pin the crime to individuals in a worker capacity. You have to pin it on the larger influencers and authorities, essentially, who are making negligent decisions. I started there, and I kind of weaved that thought further into the basic declaration that consent to be governed is literally predicated on uninfringed well-being and open sovereignty, where you actually have the freedom to choose as an individual for yourself. And you can't do that if you have to get your income from a ruler. You just can't. Okay, so this is a slight summary and follow-up to all of those details. That's why I placed it here later in the script, ultimately. Okay, this is a description of what it is, a short voice narration providing context to my primary disagreement with the current social contract. Kinda did this one a little bit already in the Minecraft session 1, but it was mostly through compilation rather than narration. What I want to do is fundamentally education work, building curriculum, holding gathering, guardianship, and direct providing of resources and support to my kids in a homeschool and to anybody who would show up for such support to a monastery setting. So I'd like it to be more of a monastery attached to the homeschool, so I may invite students, which would be anybody, any age, can participate in this. It's a wholly open door process with rules that cause the main piece of the place to be respected. So the idea here is to upgrade the social game so that we may officially permit the existence of the outsider and abandon the exclusionary idea that people should be blocked from having housing, that they shouldn't be able to have shelter just because they chose to show up at the place that the shelter is and be sheltered by it. If you take a look at Starbucks' third place policy, that's where my idea for this began. They were the first mainstream situation to rise in support of my basic platform. They said, no, you don't make a purchase to be our customer. All you do is show up and refrain from infringing the purpose of the space or peace of others. So my monastery is a super third place. Okay, we'll skip the next part because I included this one in the basic creative arrival point and follow-up narrations. My business is people's well-being, essentially. I want to create the space for leaving this social contract as the main function of my work, of my endeavor, day by day. Monastery is the warrior's house of gathering. It's the base, what school actually means, the warrior's house, because he's protecting the younger ones from all the threats and all the bosses. He battles every boss, taking aggro and defending all the young and vulnerable, leading the group so the newer ones may learn to get XP. He carries a rectangle shield which is simultaneously used to block threats and damage and also reveal reality, to reveal the talents and buffs available to the group to the younger, less experienced ones. It is both a viewing tool and a defensive tool. Okay, next this is a summary of the timeline, my mystical experience, education foundation. First thing is George Carlin explaining why education doesn't happen and why it never will when we have owners that don't want free-thinking populations. I obtained this information subversively by accessing his content via the earliest file-sharing software. This was the era of the internet around Napster and Kazaa applications. I was around 16. Number 2. Exiting the cult I was born in. Though I couldn't express any of the mystic perspective other than being super angry that they brainwash kids with defective authority hierarchy and a faulty idea of their own power, that they have to go attain it somewhere by pleasing outside authorities and being obedient. So my objection was wholly centered on the false attainment premise being force-fed throughout the culture. I just lacked the words to explain it, other than I don't need someone else telling me what to do in order to have an acceptable or excellent life. Number 3. I'm growing angrier and angrier that the same faulty premise also exists throughout my culture in the form of authoritarianism, where the right to exist is weakly predicated upon a purchase that actually is only symbolic, with the real requirement being obedience to a false authority and attainment hierarchy. Initially expressed by detailing the way the role of lifeguards and caregivers was directly penalized during the process of requiring everyone to obey an employer or ruler, i.e., being forced to adhere to whatever schedule the employer is trying to make them do. The result of this is depleting their mental and emotional resources in such a way that we literally see a murder and suicide crisis unfolding in a steady acceleration of mass shooting and other violent outbursts. Up to now, we've seen it lead all the way to armed insurrections. I iterated on pointing out that the only emergency our society recognizes is ones where your vitals measure over a certain threshold. It ignores any crisis that does not, whilst conveying you should hurry up and stop existing if you have a problem, rather than being willing to help. We don't have healthcare, and that starts at the very beginning where we don't have access to shelter as a condition of a place you need to sleep. I like how Jordan Peterson talks about this a lot. He explains that your room and what organizing it means is it's your place to sleep. You have to start with what's the purpose of it? It's somewhere to sleep so you can function. Well, and so what's your function? So you have to answer that question. You need somewhere to go, and you need a place to be for your stuff for when you go there, and you need a purpose for both places. He lays this out in great detail. The point is to have healthcare, to have any of this in a way that makes sense, where if you have a bad day you actually can get help and it's not predicated on just blood coming out of you as a wound. We have to stop ignoring this problem and consider the human rights question about healthcare and housing. So I'm getting madder and madder about it, but I was able to express that problem back in 2014, 2015, even as early as the Occupy Wall Street situation back in 2011. We started creating this movement, I would say, and I have a clip from Michael Moore explaining that we're going to invent democratic economics. It's very, very relevant to where I've arrived with it creatively. Regardless of whether you like people on the left or the ideologies thereof, this ideology stands separated on purpose, just grafting in relevant details to what true ANCAP liberation capitalism will look like, and what it means for it to look like that as a human rights-centered social order. So number 4 is, of course, my mystical experience emergence, preceded by thoughts about nostalgia and the gratitude glitch, and then the outro page of the battle shout and the I am sky trips. Then the Zen paradox fully materializes in my conscious reality during a depression moment with suicidal ideation, in which I replaced all interaction with social organism or media with Alan Watts' lecture study, long play, accompanying mostly WoW adventure game meditation. So Adventure School was born. This happened during a depression moment where I had suicidal ideation, and in which I replaced all interaction with the social organism and media, instead with Alan Watts lecturing, long plays, and I put that with playing dungeons in classic WoW. Adventure School was born about October 2019. Okay, now we have one final bit of summary introduction. It's just really not working well with this being standing still for so long. It's supposed to be gameplay that goes with the narration here. We just did all of this script except for the final part. Waiting in the fucking waiting room. then we'll play some Jordan Peterson and continue to wait. I'm pulling up this lecture.
Now that you've had an opportunity to walk through a narrative, then hopefully some of the things that I'm going to say that are more technical will make more sense. And so what we're going to do today, at least in part, is to start to deal with conceptualizing a solution to the fact that the world is too complex to properly perceive. So what the problem fundamentally is that there's a lot more of everything else than there is of you, especially if you include in that everything else all the parts of you that you also don't understand. And so I want to walk you through how I think we solve that, at least in part. And we do that by essentially by simplifying the world. But I think mostly that we simplify it as a place in which to act rather than a place in which to perceive objects. And I really believe that there's a critical distinction between those two things. And I think that part of the reason that there's been continual tension, say, between the claims of science and, let's say, the claims of religion, is because the idea that the world as a place of objects and as a place to act have to be considered separately isn't properly understood. I don't know, so I'm going to try to straighten that up to the degree that that's possible. So I'm going to talk to you about stories and meta-stories, and the story is this, I would say it's the simplest unit of useful information with regards to action and perception that you could be offered. And then a meta-story is a story about how a story like that transforms. And I would say we'll concentrate on the structure of the story, and then we'll get into the structure of the meta-story, and that'll constitute today's class. So the first thing I want to show you, I know many of you have seen this, but I'm going to show it anyways. For the longest time, it was presumed that, the longest time, say at least in the 20th century, it was presumed that we make a pretty complete model of the world, and then we act in the world and we compare what happens to that model, and as long as our model and the world are matching, then roughly speaking we believe that everything is okay and our emotions stay under control. But if that model mismatches, then we know that something's up. Now, a lot of this work was done by Russians, especially in the early 60s, by two Russian scientists, Vinogradova and Sokolov, who were students of Alexander Luria, who was arguably the greatest neuropsychologist of the 20th century. Luria spent a lot of time studying soldiers from World War II that had received head injuries and of various sorts, and because of that he could draw inferences about how the brain worked, and some of what we're going to talk about over the upcoming weeks with regards to brain function, much of it is predicated on Luria's work. And Sokolov and Vinogradova were his students, and they were interested in this phenomena. They were interested in psychophysiological measurement, right? So as a way of inferring brain function. And so psychophysiological measurement is measurement of those physiological parameters, say like pupil width or skin conductance or EEG, that are in some ways directly reflective of how the brain works. Now, if you measure skin resistance changes with the amount that you sweat, and that can change very, very rapidly, and it changes in response to physiological demands placed on your body. So for example, if your body assumes that you're going to leap into action for some purpose, then it's going to open up your pores to prepare you to keep yourself cool, and you can measure those transformations quite accurately by measuring the electrical resistance of the skin. And so what you see, if you put someone in a lab chair and you expose themselves to different stimuli, you find that, for example, if you expose them to something that's threatening, say like a picture of a snake, then their skin conductance will decrease because their skin conductance will increase because they sweat a little bit more, and it's quite a rapid response. It can be a very rapid response. Now, one of the things that Sokolov, yeah, that's right, noted was that if I sat you down, for example, and I put some headphones on you, and I played a tone to you that repeated, just exactly the same tone that repeated at predictable intervals, that the first time you heard the tone, you'd produce quite a spike in skin conductance, and the next time a slightly smaller spike, and then the next time a slightly smaller spike, until after maybe you'd heard it 3 or 4 times, you would not respond to it at all, and that was often regarded as habituation. And habituation is the same thing that you can see in snails, for example, and I'm using snails as an example because they have very, very simple nervous systems. So if you take a snail and you poke it, then like it comes out of its shell, and you poke it, it'll go back into its shell, and then it'll come out. Then if you poke it again, it'll go back into its shell, and it'll come out. But if you keep doing that, sooner or later the snail will just stop going in. And you might think of that, it has been conceptualized as the simplest form of learning, habituation. And the behaviorists tended to presume that if a human being manifested a response that could be modeled by a simple organism, then the human being was using a response that was analogous to that of the simple organism. And sometimes that's true, and sometimes it's not. So, for example, you have simple reflexes that, if you put your hand on a hot stove, you'll jerk back, and that's quite a simple circuit. You'll move your hand back before the message gets to your brain, because the spinal cord is smart enough to mediate reflex like that all by itself. So, your brain is actually quite distributed throughout your body. It's not just in your head like people tend to think. And so we have conserved fast acting reflexes at various levels of our nervous system. They aren't capable of sophisticated response. It's pretty much stimulus response, thinking about it from the behavioral perspective, but they have as an advantage incredible speed because there just aren't that many neural connections between the stimulus and the response. And so we have layers of response at different time frames that help us match with the demands of the external environment. So Charles Darwin, for example, used to go into the, I think it was museum in England, I don't remember the name of it. They had a snake in there, I believe it was a cobra, and he'd stick his face up at the glass and the cobra would strike at him, and he'd jerk back, and he tried many, many times to master that reflexive response to the snake, but there was no way. Every time that thing struck at him, he jumped backwards. Well, you can imagine the survival utility in a reflex like that, but in reflexes in general. Okay, so back to Sokolov. Now, what he decided, thought, if you took that tone and you did anything to it that was perceptible, right, because there are certain gradations of tone that you're not capable of perceiving, but let's assume you took the tone and you adjusted it enough so that it was perceptibly louder, or it was perceptibly a different frequency or something like that, or even that the spaces between the tones, because I said they were predictably spaced, even though if the spaces between the tones were changed, then when the change occurred, the orienting reflex would be reinstated. You'd respond to it again. And Sokolov tried to vary the tone on many, many parameters. But no matter what parameter he varied it on, as long as you could detect it perceptibly, you'd produce an orienting reflex. So Sokolov's idea was that you must be producing a complex internal model of the world that's in concordance with the world across pretty much every perceptible dimension, because if you weren't doing that, how in the world would you know that the tone had changed from what you had already learned about it? And so for the longest time, and this was also true for people who were investigating artificial intelligence, we had this idea that what people did was make a complex model of the world and hold it in their minds, so to speak, and then they'd act in the world and they'd compare what they expected to happen in the world with the model, and as long as there was a match, then there was no orienting reflex. Now, the orienting reflex turns out to be quite a complex reflex. It's not merely an alteration in skin conductance. What it is in essence is the manner in which you start to unfold your response to the unknown. And the initial stages of that are very, very quick, but it's hard to tell when the orienting reflex stops and when more complex learning begins. They sort of shade into one another. So the initial stages of the orienting reflex are quite reflexive, but the later stages can be extraordinarily complex. So for example, well, I always think the example of betrayal is the best one because it's so complex. So imagine that, you know, you come home and you find evidence, lipstick or something like that, evidence that the person that you're with is betraying you. The first thing that's going to happen is that you're going to orient. There's going to be a real shock, and that's reflexive. It's very much akin to the response that you would manifest if you saw a predator or snake or something like that. And so that's very instantaneous, you know. And then that'll prepare you for action. You'll get ready to do whatever it is that you need to do next. That'll be a very unpleasant thing. But then it might take you even years to fully manifest the learning that would be necessary in a situation like that, because there's so many things that you have to reconsider. First of all, the person might now appear to you as a threat. That's pretty immediate. So there's a biological, physiological response first. Your body reacts first. Then you respond emotionally. That's going to take a while, and you know that emotional response might extend over days or weeks or months or even years. And then as you're doing that as well, you're going to try to start to resort out your interpretive schema so that it can adjust to the transformation that this error on your part, say, or this catastrophe or this betrayal, it has to adjust to whatever information that event contains. And so the orienting reflex can manifest itself over an extraordinarily long period of time. It's best to think about it as the initial part of what can be a very complex learning process. Now, that was a standard idea in psychology for the longest period of time, that we created a detailed internal model of the world, and we watched how the world was unfolding. We compared the two, and the physiology, the neurophysiology of this was even understood to some degree, even by the Russians in the early 1960s, because they basically localized. You could use complex EEG, electroencephalogram technology, to localize where the orienting reflex was occurring in the brain, and basically it appeared to occur, roughly speaking, in the hippocampus. And the theory arose that your brain, your cortex, let's say, produced a very complex model of the world, an internal model, and your senses were producing a model of the external world, and the hippocampus was watching those two things to see if they matched. And if they didn't match, there was a mismatch signal, and that would be the orienting reflex, and then your body would start to prepare itself for whatever that mismatch meant, and then you would engage in exploratory behavior to try to update your model. That was the standard theory. It was very well accepted theory. It has elements of cybernetic theory in it, but it was well accepted enough so that when people first started to experiment with artificial intelligence, that's how they tried to make artificially intelligent systems. They tried to make ones that would model the world and then act and then compare the changes in the world to that model. But that didn't go anywhere, as it turned out, because it turned out that it's so difficult to see and model the world that people had no idea how complex that was. It was impossibly complex, as it turned out. And so that's part of the reason we don't have robots wandering around doing apparently simple things like walking, walking in an environment like this. Now, when we look at the environment, we think, well, it's not that it's not that hard to look at. It's full of objects, and they're just self-evident. There they are, and we can just wander through it, and we don't even do that consciously to any great degree, because so much of that perception is presented to our consciousness without effort in some sense. But the AI guys learned pretty quick that perceiving the world was way more difficult than anybody had guessed. And then this experiment really, in some sense, put a phenomenological punch behind that observation, because one of the presuppositions of the orienting reflex theory that I just laid out was that you were very good at detecting changes, that your nervous system would automatically detect change, anomaly, right? Any mismatch between your model and what you expected. And then, well, the AI guys, I think, figured out, first of all, that was a big problem, that the problem of perception was much more complicated than that. It's out of that same set of observations, in some sense, that postmodernism emerged in literature, because in literary criticism, because, well, it turns out to be hard enough to see a normal object like a chair. And part of that is you know, if you just do that to the chair, it's really different than it was before. You could imagine how different it would be if you tried to paint the chair under both those conditions, right? And if you really got good at looking at it, you'd find that even though if I asked you what color this is, you'd say white. If you were actually painting it, you'd find out that the colors of the chair when it's in that location and the colors in the chair when it's in that location, just because of the difference in lighting, are substantially different. I think it was Monet, who painted a very large series of haystacks in the French countryside, right, in different seasons and under different conditions of illumination, just because he was exploring how radically different the same object could be as it moved through contexts. And so it isn't even obvious why we think this is the same object when you move it. And the answer is something like, well, you can sit on it in both positions, which is not a description of an object, by the way, right? That's a description of something that's useful, something that's a tool, something that exists in relationship to your body. It's not an object. And so if you think that just looking at something like a chair is almost impossibly difficult and subject to interpretation, then imagine how difficult it is to perceive something like a text, you know, like a novel, because a novel obviously is subject to multiple interpretations, and the interpretations are going to depend on, well, at least in principle, on the intent, conscious and unconscious, of the author, of the time, of the place, of the culture, of the language. Then that's just on the side of the production itself, but then there's the reader. It's like, I've read books when I was 16 and then reread them, say, when I was 40, and the book was almost completely different as far as I was concerned, partly because I knew what was in it the second time and I didn't know what was in it the first time. And so the meaning that manifests itself out of a book is a consequence of all the complexity of the book plus all the complexity of the reader. And so, you know, if you're reading Russian literature, for example, and you've already read 50 Russian novels, you're going to be in a much more you're going to be in a different interpretive space than you are if, say, the Russian novel is the first novel you've ever read. And the postmodernists were grappling with this, as well as with many other ideas that I think contaminated their thinking. And their conclusion was, well, you can't extract out a canonical meaning from a text. It's so dependent on the situation that to say the text has a interpretable meaning is actually an error. Now, just because it's difficult to do something doesn't mean it's impossible. And
this is the exact insight Jacob Geller is describing when he did the essay on the future of writing about games. He's talking about this, the fact that you're going to play it and then gather the mechanics of what's going on. You're going to explore it. But the real exploration doesn't actually take place till you go back and do it again. Till you come back from the other direction when you know what's going to happen, and now you're looking out at reality from the context of inside of the place that you're exploring. That's meta-adventure. That's the genre within which I am designing a game.
And there's massive holes in the postmodernist view, as far as I think it's an unbelievably pathological view personally. But the thing is that there are reasons why it emerged, and the reasons were analogous to the reasons that the AI project initially failed, and analogous to the reasons that this experiment turned out the way it did. So I'm going to show you this. Many of you have seen this already, but as I said, it doesn't matter. So your job here is to count the times. See, there's a team of 3 people here dressed in white, and there's a team of 3 people here dressed in black. And your job is to count the number of times the white team throws the basketball back and forth to the white team members, okay? So we'll just run that. Okay, well, so obviously, or perhaps not so obviously, the The number of times I believe that they threw it back and forth was 16, if I remember this correctly. But of course that's not really the issue, because what happens in the middle of the scene is that a guy wearing a gorilla suit comes out into the middle of the screen and pounds his chest 3 or 4 times. And he comes out quite slowly, as you saw. How many of you, is there anybody here who didn't see the gorilla? No, well, and I presume all of you knew about this video anyways. So Dan Simon, who produced this video, has got a couple of other ones where he shows that, even if you're smart enough to see the gorilla, because you've seen the video before, you've heard about it, if you make other changes in the background, you'll count properly and you'll catch the gorilla, but you'll miss the other changes in the background. And they're not trivial either. And it's really quite remarkable. He's produced other short videos, for example, where you'll be looking at a field, and a road will grow in it, occupying about 1/3 of the photograph space. And you'd think, well, yeah, you're going to see that. It's like, you don't. So, okay, so this threw a big spanner into the works, this sort of experiment, along with the AI failures, and we could even say the postmodern dilemma. It's like, well, everyone, virtually every psychologist would have predicted before this series of experiments that there's no damn way you'd miss that gorilla, because your nervous system was actually attuned to change in the environment, and like that's a big change, and it's also a gorilla. It's something you would really think that you couldn't miss, you couldn't possibly miss, especially when it's occupying the center of the visual field. And so, well, this is part of a phenomena called change blindness, and it helped psychologists who had been studying the visual system for a very long time mostly figure out exactly how blind human beings are, because we're way blinder than we think. And so we actually focus on much less of the world than we think. And we do that partly, it's not exactly obvious how we do it. It's kind of like we hold a still picture in our imagination and then fill in the details by using our central foveal vision, which is always dancing around like a pinpoint or a laser beam, moving back and forth, and we're assembling those little snapshots from the fovea into a relatively coherent picture. Maybe what happens is that I look at you, and then I look at you, and I've still got the information from looking at you, so my brain can sort of infer that's remained stable. But like if I look at you and I pay it, I've tried to learn how to do this, because you can look at something and then pay attention to the periphery. It's annoying, but so if I'm looking at you, I really can't make out your eyes. I can more or less make out the fact that you have a head. I can see that especially if you move it, and so that's what your periphery is, sort of like frog vision or dinosaur vision. It's much better at picking up movement than it is at picking up something that's staying still, and that makes sense because, well, if it's staying still then, and it hasn't already hurt you, then it's probably not going to hurt you. But if it's moving, then that's a good thing that you might pay attention to. And so if your periphery catches movement, then you'll focus your fovea on it. It's like you go from really low resolution to really high resolution. And so the center of your vision is incredibly high resolution, but then it fades into low resolution as you move towards the periphery until it's out here, which would say be about 170 degrees. If I concentrate on this hand, I can tell it's a hand mostly when it's moving. I have no idea what color it is. This one I can't see at all. And then I can probably see my fingers now. And then I can clearly see them if I look at them with my fovea. And so your vision is a very, very strange thing, and it's focusing on something very specific. And so you're pointing your eyes at something very specific, and that's what you seem to see. And so then that opens up a whole new universe of questions. It's like, how do you decide what to point your eyes at? That turns out to be an insanely complicated problem. John Vervaeke talks about that all the time as the problem of relevance. And the issue is, well, there's many things in the world. There's an infinite number of things, let's say, and you're not going to be able to see them, that's for sure, even if they happen to be changing, as it turns out. And so out of this mess, first of all, how do you pick what to look at? And second, even if you do pick it, how do you see it? Because it's so crazily complicated. So that's the problem that we're going to try to unpack. Now, roughly speaking, what seems to...
This is precisely what I'm talking about for the Zen paradox also. what we're literally describing is how the hell are you supposed to perceive anything? What the fuck is reality? Because it's going so fast, how are you supposed to absorb the complexity of what it is? This is the question that leads to everything that we're doing with this type of education.
What happened with the gorilla video is you have to take that first theory that you make a complete model of the world, and then a complete model of the world, which is the objects in the world and how they're interacting. And you compare that to the objects in the actual world and how they're interacting. You have to modify that model. You say, well, no, you're certainly not making a complete model. And people should have known better anyways, even subjects to the limits of your perceptions, because there's all sorts of things in the world that you can't directly perceive. But what you're doing instead is, it's something like you're making a partial model of the world, but you're only making a partial model of the world that you're currently operating on with some goal in mind, and you're also comparing that to a model of the world as it's currently unfolding. Because the other thing that was implicit, this is really tricky, this is where you have to watch your implicit assumptions. The other thing that was implicit in the original cybernetic theory was that you have a model of the world that's complete, and then what you're watching is the actual world as it unfolds. And that's not a model. That's just your perception of the objects. But that also turns out to be wrong, because your perception of the world as it unfolds is also a model. And so what's happening is you look at the world you see is a model, and a very partial model at that, and then you compare it to the model that you expect, or desire, more accurately, although the initial models were expectation. Because if you're in the lab listening to tones, it's not like you desire anything, but mostly when you're acting in the world, you have desires. And so the experimental constraints skewed the data in some sense by making people assume that what people were doing when they walked through the world was expecting instead of desiring. Anyways, you have a model of the world that's generated as you look at it. You have another model of the world that's something like the world that you desire. Then you compare both of them, and they can mismatch, and they can mismatch in a way that upsets your current pursuit. That's the critical issue. You don't see the anomaly unless it upsets your current pursuit. And you kind of know that too, because when you're, like, while I'm lecturing to you guys, you know, mostly you're sitting still, but people are moving their arms, and they're moving their glasses, and they're shifting their feet, and generally I don't see any of that, because what difference does it make? You know, it's not relevant to the ongoing what? Ongoing contract, the ongoing series of interactions. It's something like that. So as long as you keep your movements bounded within a range that doesn't interfere with whatever it is that we're doing, then it's going to be as invisible to me as the gorilla was when you were counting the balls. And the cool thing is about the gorilla experiment, or one of them, is that the reason you were blind to the gorilla was because you were counting the balls. And so that's so fascinating, because what it shows to a huge degree, an unfathomable degree, an unfathomable degree, is that the value structure that you inhabit determines what you perceive. It doesn't just determine what you expect or want. It bloody well determines what you see. And that makes the world a completely different place. No one really expected that. And so if you watch the basketballs, you see the basketball. If you stop watching the basketball, well, then you see the gorilla. And so the first question that arises from an experiment like that is, well, just exactly what is it that you don't see in the world? And the answer is all of it. You see so little, it's unbelievable. You see that tiny amount that's necessary for you to undertake the next sequence in your plotted movements, something like that. But then that becomes very complicated too, because it isn't obvious how you can conceptualize or how you can determine what your next movement is, because it's not like you just add up movements and make up your life. It's not that simple, and it's related to the novel problem, the problem of meaning in a literary work. So you imagine you're trying to specify the meaning of a literary work. Well, there's meaning in the word, but the meaning of the word is dependent on the phrase within which it's embedded. And then the meaning of the phrase is dependent on the sentence that it's embedded in, and the sentence in the paragraph, and the paragraph in the chapter, and the chapter in the book, and the book in the corpus of books of that sort. And then within the culture, and then within whatever your peculiar personal experience is, all of those things nested are operative to some degree when you're extracting out the meaning at any level of analysis. They're all operating simultaneously. So you might say, well, what are you doing in this classroom? Well, the answer is sitting in a chair. But that's, obviously, that's a very short term and content.
In Punch Drunk Love, Barry Egan gets called by his sister, and she says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "I'm talking on the phone to you. I'm standing."
Independent answer. But you're also attending to what I'm saying, hypothetically, and you're attending to some of it and not to other parts of it. You're thinking about some parts of it and not other parts. And you're also attending a class, and the class is a sequence of lectures, and that's embedded within your desire to finish up the semester, and then to finish up the year, and then to get your degree, and then you nest that inside whatever it is, whatever the reason is that you're getting your degree. And then maybe that's nested inside your career goals, and that's nested inside your life goals, and that's nested inside your ultimate values, which you may or may not even be aware of. And so I could say, well, you're sitting here because it serves your ultimate values. Well, that's true. It seems a bit abstract to be useful, right? It gets so vague out at the outermost levels that it doesn't really have much specificity, right? So it seems to lack information. But by the same token, if I said what you're doing is sitting there, it has the same problem of too restricted meaning because of over-specificity. And so there's some level in there that you would interpret as meaningful. God only knows why. And that's the level, there's a natural level of perception for that sort of thing. So for example, when children learn to name an animal, for example, they'll name cat. They don't name the species of cat or the subspecies of cat. And they don't confuse cats with dogs, even though they're both in the category of four-legged furry mammal. So why not call a cat and a dog furry mammals? Well, children don't do that. They go to cat and dog, and people who've studied the acquisition of language have found that there are basic level categories that children pick up first, and they're often represented with short words. And the words are short because they've been around a long time, because they seem to reflect the natural level at which people perceive the world. But none of that's obvious. You know, I mean, you could just lump all animals together for that matter and just call them animals, which we do sometimes. So anyway, so it's very difficult to specify the meaning level, and it's not very easy at all to figure out how we do it. And so that's partly what I'm trying to unpack. So here's part of the issue. So let's say that you have a computer. Yeah, I have a story for this. So one time when I was in Montreal, I was using my computer. I was in my apartment, and I was typing out an essay, and it crashed. And so what happens when your computer crashes? Well, usually you utter some sort of curse. And it's interesting that you do that, because the circuit that you use to curse with is the same circuit that monkeys use to detect eagles or leopards or snakes. And so when there's a bunch of monkeys together, they're not all preyed on by eagles and leopards and snakes, but there's usually a predator in that category for every single monkey population. And so when the monkeys are watching, they have an emotional utterance that the most nervous monkey might utter first, that basically says, hide from the eagle, get out on a thin branch so the cougar can't eat you.
Robert Sapolsky has some great information on this, telling us about where laughing even comes from, where comedy even comes from, is from this primal warning to everyone else, like, oh shit, something's going down, watch the fuck out. So the arrival point of comedy as a sermon-like situation where we're trying to make ourselves more well and avoid the threats that's the last talk in my Risk compilation by Chris Gethard. It's called The Ghost of Weehawken.
And look the hell out for the snake. But there's a circuit that's linked to emotions that produces an instinctive utterance that represents that category. And that's the same circuit that you use when you curse. And it's not the same circuit that you use for normal language. And we know that because that circuit is activated in people who have Tourette's syndrome because they preferentially swear. You think, well, why in the world would you have a neurological condition that makes you preferentially curse? Well, that's the reason. You don't just have one linguistic circuit. You have one for, oh my God, there's a predator.
Wow.
And that's the one that will get activated when something happens like your computer crashing. Because, you know, you're an evolved creature, and so those old circuits that were there, say, 30 million years ago to deal with exceptions are the same circuits you're using now to deal with your computer. Why else would you want to hit it? Right? Because that's what you want to give it a whack. It's like, it doesn't behave, whack. Aggression right away. Well, that's some clue as to the category system that you're automatically using to encapsulate the event. Okay, so fine, what do you do when your computer crashes? Well, first you curse, and then you do the stupid things that idiot primates do when they're trying to deal with something that's way too complex, and maybe you turn it on and off, right? And that doesn't work, it didn't work, and so then I thought, well, maybe the power bar went, so I checked the power bar, and I turned it on and off and nothing happened, and so I brought a light behind the computer and the light wouldn't go on, and so I thought, aha! I must have blown a fuse, so I went to the fuse box and took a look, but the fuses were fine. And so I thought, oh, the power's gone out. So then I went outside and the power was out. None of the street lights were working. The power was out everywhere. And it was seriously out because this was the time that almost the entire northeast power grid in Quebec collapsed. And the reason it collapsed is because there was a solar flare. That happens reasonably often. And the solar flare produced a huge electromagnetic pulse because it's basically like a million hydrogen bombs going off at the same time, 93 million miles away, produces this tremendous electromagnetic pulse, passes through the Earth's atmosphere, produces a spike in current in the main power lines and blows the whole system. And so just so you know, an event like that happens about every 150 years. And if we had one now, it would take out all of our electronics, like one of the big ones. There was a big one back in the late 1800s. Everything, satellites, computers, cars, everything, gone. And so that's a big problem, and no one knows what to do about it. One missed us by about 9 minutes, I think, 2 years ago. So that's something else to worry about if you're inclined to worry about those sorts of things. Okay, so what did I conclude from that? Well, the function of my computer was dependent on the stability of the sun. It's not the first thing you check out when your computer crashes, right? You don't run out and go, hey, well, yeah, the sun's still there. No problem, I can cross that off the list. But to me, it's an extraordinarily interesting example of the invisible interdependence of things, and our tendency to fragment things. What we seem to do is to look at things at the simplest level of analysis that actually functions. So for example, when you're interacting with your computer, you're not interacting with your computer at all, really. You're interacting with the keyboard, sort of one key at a time, and you're interacting with the symbols on the screen. But as long as the computer is working, you don't care about it at all. You don't give it a second thought. And you certainly don't care about the fact that it's dependent on, well, the electrical power, for example, and the electrical power is dependent on, I don't know how many men are out there right now, or were out there last night when it was freezing rain, fixing power lines and freezing to death while they're doing it so that your stupid computer doesn't malfunction while you're watching cat videos. There's this incredibly dynamic living system that's social and economic and political that has to remain dead stable in order for us to have access to functional
social
and
order,
pure, non-fluctuating electricity 100% of the time. Because you also don't think, well, the stability of your computer is dependent on the stability of the political system, but of course it is, because if the political system mucks up and the economic system goes, then people don't go out and work to fix things, and things are breaking all the time. That's their normal state, is broken, not working. And that's all, in some sense, folded up, not only inside your computer, but actually inside your conceptions of your tiny conceptions of the computer while you're using it. And you only get a glimpse of what the computer is really like when it doesn't work.
Yes.
Then it's when it becomes a complex object, right? As long as it's working, then your stupid perceptions are perfectly fine to get the job done. And that's another indication that what you're using your perceptions for is to get the job done. And how you specify exactly the level of resolution that you should be operating at, I haven't sorted that out, but it's something like you default to the simplest level that moves you to the next step. You know, so for example, and generally that is what you should do. If you're having an argument with someone that you have a long-term relationship with, you can start by arguing about what the little argument is about, or you can immediately cascade into whether or not you should have a relationship with this person at all, or even into whether or not you should even bother with relationships. Which is, you know, every time there's an argument, that question is a reasonable question to have emerge, or at least it's in the realm of potential reasonable questions, but it doesn't seem useful to jump to the most catastrophic possible explanation every time some minor thing goes wrong. That's what happens to people who have an anxiety disorder. And that's what happens to people who are depressed, right? They can't bind the anomaly. And so what happens is it tends to propagate up the entire system until it takes out their highest order conceptualizations. You know, so if you're seriously depressed, maybe you'll watch a news article about something stupid and you'll think, Jesus, why should I even be alive? You know, and I'm dead serious about that. If you score like 60 on the Beck Depression Inventory, which puts you way the hell up in the depressed range, anything that happens to you that's negative will trigger suicidal thoughts, roughly speaking. And sometimes even positive things will do it, because there are very few positive things that happen that don't carry with them some threat of change or transformation. So, you know, one mystery, it's a big mystery, is why don't you fall into a catastrophic depression every time something little goes wrong? Because it's not, that level of analysis is not self-evident. And you see this with people who are high in neuroticism too, you know. Their trivial fluctuations at their workplace or in their relationships or in their health will produce a disproportionate negative emotional response, but it's part of the range of normal emotional responses. Some people are very, very high in neuroticism, so everything upsets them. Some people are very low. And the reason that whole range exists is because sometimes you should get upset when some little thing happens to you, because it's an indication that the whole damn environment has got dangerous on you. And sometimes you should just brush it off because, you know, its net consequence is low. But how do you calculate that? Very, very difficult question. So, you know, when your computer goes wrong, well, you have to pick the proper level of analysis to fix it. And you could say, well, there's something wrong with the circuit board, and maybe, you know, there's a crack in one of the somewhere that it's soldered, and or, you know, sometimes now when people are building microchips, they've run into a crazy problem. You know, microchips keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And so the little wires now are down to atomic width, or, you know, the width of maybe 20 atoms or something like that. But really, really, they're really getting thin. And so that produces another problem, which no one would have ever, no, you wouldn't expect. And that is, you know, that at the quantum level, there's uncertainty about where electrons might be. Normally that doesn't matter. The degree of uncertainty about where your electrons are is small enough at your size so that it's basically irrelevant. But down at the subatomic level, where these microchips are starting to be produced, sometimes the electrons will be outside the wires, and that means that they're getting so damn small that they'll short circuit by themselves, because the electrons aren't stable enough to be where they're supposed to be in the wires. And so, well, the reason I'm pointing that out is because a problem that exists in a system can exist at any of the multiple levels of that system, and it isn't obvious where to start. And a lot of political arguments are like that, you know. It's like, well, maybe a company goes bankrupt and its shareholders get, or maybe a bank fails, and so people can't withdraw their money. And one response is, well, that just shows you how rotten the capitalist system is. It's like, well, maybe that is what it shows, but it seems like that might not be the most appropriate level to start. And so again, it's like Occam's razor in the scientific world, right? You want to use the simplest explanation that it's not that fits the facts, because you don't organize your perceptions by facts. It's kind of like you want to use the simplest tool you can possibly manage to fix the problem. So you don't, when your car has a flat tire, you don't buy a new car. You fix the flat tire if you can figure out how to do it. And so you go for the thing that will put the tool back together with the minimum involvement of time and effort. It's something like that. And you care about that because you have limited time and you have limited resources. And so it makes sense for you to conserve them. And I'm telling you that partly for practical reasons too, because this is a very useful thing to know. If you're arguing with someone, you want to argue about the smallest possible thing that you could argue about that might fix the problem. You want to really specify it. It's like, what's going on at a micro level, and what's the minimum that I would require to be satisfied with the outcome. And this is especially true in intimate relationships, is like, if someone's bugging you and you want them to change, you think, well, how can I be minimally bothered by this, and what's the tiniest amount of change I could request that might satisfy me? Because otherwise, the argument will come unglued, and every time you guys try to discuss a problem, you'll start talking about whether you should even be together, and then you're done, because you'll never solve a problem. And then you won't be together, because you'll never solve a problem.
You'll never solve it no matter what. So
okay.
Just be happy with what you got.
So here's a way to think about perception. So let's say that this is the thing you're trying to look at. I called that the thing in itself. Now, that's a schematic of a thing in itself. So the thing in itself, that's an old philosophical concept, and I think it came from Kant, but I'm not sure about that. It might be older than that. And the thing in itself is what you could see if you could see everything about something, but you can't. So it's a hypothetical entity. And maybe, who knows, if I was looking at you like the thing in itself, maybe I could see every level of your being from the subatomic up to this level of perception, and then beyond. I could see your family relationships. I could see how they were nested in your societal relationships, economic relationships, political relationships, the ecosystem as a whole. Like, I would see all these levels at the same time. Of course, I don't, because I can't. What I see instead is, first of all, you're radically simplified by my senses, because they're just not acute enough to say see you at a microscopic level, and they're not comprehensive enough to see your connections across time. So my senses filter a bunch of you from me right away, and then I'm also filtered from you by your willingness to act like I want while we're together, because you could be doing all sorts of strange things at the moment, but you're not. And so you're helping me simplify my perceptions of you by agreeing to play the same game that I'm playing while we occupy the same space. And that's basically politeness. That's the mark of someone who's well socialized. You walk in somewhere, you get the game.
Or as I like to call it, your basic circle of social civility. The disregarding of this is the primary thing you want to look for to identify abusive pattern within any type of relationship. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's a coworker, is it romantic, is it a parent, is it a sibling, is it a peer, is it some kind of other superior like an employer? I hate talking about this one the most because there's no such thing as a superior, and the only reason this happens is because we ourselves carry on the obeying of a superior, and when we cease obeying them, then there won't be anybody who's superior anymore until we eliminate all the people that want to kill others for not being subordinate to their false authority.
You play the game and you don't scare the hell out of everybody, and that's partly how we keep our emotions stabilized, because if you're like a Freudian, you think, well, as long as your ego is well constituted, you can keep your emotions under control. It's like, yes and no. Mostly no. I like the Piagetian idea better, which is, if you're well socialized, you're awake enough to identify the game that's going on wherever you go. And then you play that game immediately, and so do all the other socialized primates, and so then you can just understand the game. You don't have to understand them, thank God. You can just understand the game, and as long as the game continues, you don't have to be nervous, because you at least know what's going to happen, and maybe you even know how to get what you want in that game. And so that, again, that's really worth thinking about, because we talked about this before, about why people want to maintain their culture. It isn't just because their culture is a belief system that helps them orient themselves in the world. It's because a belief system is a game that everyone who shares that belief system is playing, and the fact that everybody's playing means nobody needs to get upset. So it isn't like the belief system is directly inhibiting the emotions. That isn't how it works. So, and it's not like the culture is just a belief system. It's only secondarily a belief system, man. Mostly it's a game that people are actively engaging in. That's way more important than the beliefs that go along with it. You don't even need the damn beliefs, you know. That's why wolves can live with each other. They don't know they don't have a belief system exactly. Mostly they have they have a game. It's the wolf game, roughly speaking, and all the wolves know how to play it. And so that's that. That's how they keep themselves organized in their packs. A lot of it's externalized. And so, okay, so anyway, so the thing in itself, that's a very complicated thing. It's got multiple dimensions, multiple levels. And then it's worse than that because it doesn't only have multiple levels, but all of those levels move across time, and every one of those levels shifts as it moves across time. And so I like to think of the thing in itself like a symphony. I think that's a good model. I think that's why we like music, in fact, because music shows you a multi-level reality that unfolds and shifts across time within some parameters, right? Because it's not just chaos. The music has an element of predictability and an element of unpredictability, and it has these multiple levels, and that's sort of what everything in the world is like. It's what the world is like. So this is even that is just a conceptual model of the thing in itself. First of all, that's only got 2 dimensions instead of 3, because it could be a cube. And then it has, even a cube has 3 dimensions instead of 4, because if that was a cube, adding the 3rd dimension, then it would also be a cube that would transform and shift as it moved across time. And that's what the thing in itself is, but that's too damn complicated. So then the question is, when you look at it, what do you see? And the answer is, to some degree, it depends on what you want to use it for. And so I would say, well, here, look at the different ways you can look at this. You might say, what is this? And somebody could say, well, it's a rectangle. And would you say that's correct? It's like, well, it's not correct because there's not a one-to-one correspondence, but it might be a useful conceptualization. If you think about that as a box, it could contain that, and if you were carrying the box, you'd only have to be concerned about the box, and so that would be fine. That's a good functional simplification. That one's a little higher resolution because it says, well, yeah, it's actually 4 rectangles, and that one says, well, wait, think about that as an orchard that someone's looking at from the top. You want to figure out how to walk from south to north. Well, you got a little map there, because you can think of those as bars instead of collections of dots. Piaget showed that children will automatically do this. So for example, if you take 6 dots and put them in a row, and you take the same 6 dots and you stretch them out so the row's this much longer, and then you ask the child where there are more dots, the child will say that there are more dots where it's longer, because they're flipping in some sense between the perception of the individual dots and the perception of the shape that the array of dots makes. And so the shape is longer because you can see it as a rectangle, and so they think, well, longer is bigger, bigger is more, there's got to be more dots. So, well, whoop. And then there's this one, which is sort of an amalgam of this one, and then that one. There's that one, and that's the highest resolution model of that that's still a simplification. And you know, what I like about this diagram is that, you know, people say, well, the facts are the facts, and what we're disagreeing about is our opinion about the facts. It's like, no, yes, you have an opinion about the facts, but the world is so horribly complex that you can actually disagree about the facts themselves. And I think an ideology does that to people very, very commonly. So I saw this movie once that Naomi Klein made. If I tell you the same story, tell me, okay? Because I don't want to tell you the same story, but I might. So she went down to Argentina after a bunch of money had got out of Argentina because of a financial collapse, and she went to a factory that had been padlocked, and it was a heavy machinery factory. And the workers had decided they were going to undo the padlocks and go build machines, you know. Hell with the owner who shut it down. And so she went down and made this movie and followed these workers around and, you know, showed how catastrophic their lives had been because they'd lost their livelihood in this big financial crash. And so that was really interesting. But then she went and interviewed the guy who owned the factory, and she treated him like he was like a cipher in some sense. Instead of asking him how he got the factory, what he wanted to do with it, how it fit in with his life plans, why he shut it down instead of continuing it. You know, she didn't get the backstory on him. She just left him in the evil capitalist box and went on with the film. And it was like, it wasn't like what she did wasn't true, but it was only half true. And it was half true because she could perceive the complexity of the workers, having sympathy for them, but as far as she was concerned, the enemy, the owner, had no complexity. He was just bad capitalist, and that's how it was left in the movie. I found it profoundly unsatisfying because I wanted to know, okay, it's like, you know that these workers are suffering. It's not self-evident that you want your damn factory closed. You'd think you'd want it open so you could be building things. It's like, who are you? What are you doing? Why is this justifiable? Have a question about it. Well, you can take this infinite set of facts and then you subject it to your filters and you let some of the facts through, and they're facts. But what about all the facts that you don't let through? That's the thing. And that's what the gorilla video shows too. It's like, yeah, you got the basketball count right, but you missed the big primate. And you might say, well, your priorities were a bit skewed in that circumstance because you were rearranging the deck chairs as the Titanic sank, you know, as the old joke goes. And so it's very much useful to think always, well, it isn't just your damn opinion that's biased, although it is. It's your perceptions that are biased. So, well, and with your words, it's even more. So you say, well, you can't see the thing in itself because it's too complex, so you perceive it simpler than it is. And some of that perceptual simplification is dependent on your aims. So that's a vicious one because it pulls the value structure that you're ensconced within into your perceptions. It pulls it into the realm of facts itself. And then you do another, I think about this as a compression. You know, you can compress a photograph by getting rid of redundant information. That's sort of what you're doing here. So you're like one of these squares, little black squares here, black rectangles, compresses all of those. It's like we're going to treat those as if they're grayish black. Same thing happens here. So we're blurring across them. So we have a much less high resolution image here. So you take the thing in itself, you perceive it as a low resolution representation, and then you take that low resolution representation and you replace that with a word, and so the word is a twofold compression. And then when someone tosses you the word, you unpack it into the low resolution perception and then maybe into the world itself if you can do that, but probably not. So that's what we're doing. We're taking the complex world, we fold it into a simple perception, we fold that into a word, we throw the word to someone else and they unpack it. And the only way you can unpack it, of course, is if you've had enough similar experience so that you have the reference for the word already in your experience. So, which is why you have to use simplified language with children, right? Because there's no point tossing a child a concept that he or she can't unpack. So we compress a very complex reality through a very, very small keyhole. That's basically our cognitive processing. Okay, so then here's the next kind of argument. This goes along with
Alright, let's keep this going in a minute, but let's put this narration that does go here into where it goes. So this is the new part I wrote after drafting all the scripts and those audio notes. The weirdest thing I could say about my ADD or differential detail brain is this: words both are and are not my strength. They are my blessing and also my curse. When Alan Watts says if you don't use words you don't have any problems, it struck me. Probably end of October or sometime in November 2019. So when Jordan Peterson said if you don't find your own words you don't exist, the resonation truly rang. Like the circuit had completed, so the current began to move. That was probably in August of 20 that I found that quote. I didn't hear it because I wasn't really listening to Peterson audio yet, but I read that quote from him on somebody's social post. If you don't find your own words, you don't exist. It's very difficult to find your own words, but I saw me. The current jumped a little gap. It's neuronal. The huge gaze has the tiniest and inevitablest grounding point behind it. It comes out of the not see aspect, the back. Or the underside, as Watts says in The Web of Life. Everything is vibration. Now you see it, now you don't. What I don't see enables the way I see what I see, when I see it. And detail is the word usage impact. So is the huge gaze. They said Einstein was doing a lot of thinking about tons of different things altogether. And the inventor of Mario, Miyamoto, he was walking through gates at a shrine and transposed that into a video game for Star Fox 1. My experience in psychedelics and Minecraft, boosting in general, was akin to the imagery of putting glasses on my eyes. Only it's my word mind, sharpen up and make usable my vocal word projecting. I had spent a long amount of time in words distracting myself. Self-collaboration, which is reading or studying what I've outputted across an extending timeline and interpolating via iteration, which is radical creativity, gave me a special ability, a skill in the crafting and idea-catching skill tree. The ability to figure out what the fuck I've actually been trying to say when detail is distraction from the point being made is precisely what I did. I saw me. I was explaining this to my friend the other day on the call that I'm going to feature on stream once I edit it together into a complete podcast. That I had to open the book and start reading the book that's me in order to figure out what I'm trying to say and what it is I'm making and what I can make. So that was the huge gaze bouncing through the Zen paradox, refract and returning back into an all-dimensionally accurate image, as the Zen paradox does.
The science kind of argument. That's basically our cognitive processing. Okay, so then here's the next kind of argument. This goes along with the science religion argument that I was making earlier, which I want to unpack a little bit more. I think that fundamentalists and atheistic scientists have the same problem. The fundamentalists, so we could say the Christian fundamentalists in the US, make the proposition that biblical stories, we'll call them mythological stories, are literal representations of the truth. And that might be true depending on what you mean by literal. But what they mean by literal, or what they attempt to make literal mean, is that they're in the same category as scientific facts. Because they don't have the idea that there are different ways of approaching truth, and that truths can serve different purposes. They don't have a sense that your definition of truth is actually something like a tool rather than an ontological statement about the reality of the world. And so the fundamentalists basically make the proposition that the idea that God created the world in 6 days 5,000 years ago is literally true. And they get the 5,000 year estimate, by the way, by going through the genealogies in the Old Testament and adding up the hypothetical ages and figuring out, how long before Moses Adam lived. And some bishop did that back in I think it was in the mid-1800s. I might be wrong about that, but it was somewhere back about that time. And more or less that's been accepted as canonical fact ever since. And then the scientists say, well, yeah, those are empirical truths, they're just wrong. See, and that's the only difference there is between the fundamentalists and the atheist scientists. The fundamentalists say, those are fundamental scientific truths, and they're right, and the scientists say, well, they're scientific truths, they just happen to be wrong. Well, I think that's a stupid argument, personally. I mean, for a bunch of reasons. One is that the people who wrote the ancient stories that we have access to were in no way, shape, or form scientists. Modern people tend to think that you think like a scientist, and people have always thought that way. First of all, you do not think like a scientist. Even scientists hardly even think like scientists. But if you're not scientifically trained, you don't think like a scientist at all. So one of the things, for example, that characterizes your thinking is confirmation bias. And so if you have a theory, what you do is wander around in the world looking for reasons why it's true. And a scientist does exactly the opposite of that.
Why is
in
it
the
false?
little tiny narrow domain where he or she is actually capable of being a scientist. And what they have is a theory and look for a way to prove it wrong. But believe me, you don't run around doing that. I mean, you can train yourself, so now and then you can do that. You know, you can learn to listen to people, for example, on the off chance that you might be wrong. But that is by no means a natural way of thinking. And of course, the fundamental philosophical axioms of the scientific method weren't developed until Descartes and Bacon and who else? Descartes, Bacon. There's one more. Anyways, the name escapes me at the moment. But you can argue about when science emerged, but it certainly emerged in its articulated form within the last 1,000 years. I think you could say even more specifically that it emerged in the last 500 years. Now you might argue with that and say, well, what about the Greeks and other people who were fairly technologically sophisticated or who invented geometry or that kind of thing? But yeah, bare precursors to the idea of empirical observation. Aristotle, for example, when he was writing down his knowledge of the world, it never occurred to him to actually go out in the world and look at it to see if what he assumed about it was true. And it certainly never occurred to Aristotle to get 20 people to go look at the same thing independently, write down exactly how they went about doing it, compare the records, and then extract out what was common. I mean, that seems self-evident to us to some degree, but you know, it was by no means self-evident to anyone 500 years ago, and people still don't do it. So it's not plausible. If you know anything about the history of ideas, it's not plausible to posit that stories about the nature of reality that existed before 500 years ago were scientific in any but the most cursory of ways. So why we have that argument continually is somewhat beyond me. Part of the reason is, though, that everyone, fundamentalists included, really believe in scientific facts, even though they hate it. They'll use computers, they'll fly. Computers wouldn't work unless quantum mechanics were correct. Like, the fact that you use a high-tech device indicates through your action that you actually accept the theories upon which it's predicated, right? The same as flying, same as anything you do in a complex technological society. You're stuck with it. You're reading by the lights. Do they work? Yeah, they work. Well, so it's really hard for people who are trying to hold on to a way of looking at the world that appears to contradict the scientific claims when everything they do is predicated on their acceptance of the validity of the scientific claims. It's really problematic for people, and it's problematic in a real way, I think, because one of the problems with the scientific viewpoint is it doesn't tell you anything about what you should do with your life. It doesn't solve the problem of value at all. In fact, it might make it more difficult, because one of the fundamental scientific claims, roughly speaking, is that every fact is of equal utility, at least from a scientific perspective, right? There's no hierarchy of facts. It's not exactly true, because you can think of one theory as more true than another.
Or they're
but
not useful
that
for
boils
anything.
down to saying that it's more useful than another. So I don't think that that's a really good
Since
exception.
we can't control events.
So fine. You got the scientific atheists on one end and you got the religious fundamentalists on the other, and what they both agree on, whether they like it or not, is that there's so much power in the scientific method that it's difficult to dispute the validity of scientific facts. And they seem to exist in contradiction to the older archaic stories if you also accept them as fact-based accounts. So what do we do about that? Well, if you're on the scientific atheist end of things, you say, well, those old stories are just superstitious science, second-rate, barbaric, archaic forms of science. You just dispense with them. They're nothing but trouble. And if you're on the fundamentalist side, you say, well, we'll try to shoehorn science into this framework, and really that doesn't work very well. It doesn't work very well with the claims of evolution, for example. In fact, it works very badly. And that's a problem, because evolutionary theory is like, it's a killer theory. And it's really, really hard. And like, it's not a complete theory, and there's lots of things we don't know about evolution, but you know, trying to hand wave that away, that's not going to work without dispensing with most of biology. So So that's a big problem. So here's another way of thinking about it. You don't just need one way of looking at the world. Maybe you need two ways of looking at the world, and I'm not exactly sure how they should be related to one another, like which should take precedence under which circumstance. But one problem is, what's the world made of? You know, what's the world conceptualized as an objective place made of? And the other is, how should you conduct yourself while you're alive? And there's no reason to assume that those questions can be answered using the same approach. I mean, physics has its methods, and chemistry has its methods, and biology has its methods. So a method for obtaining the truth can be bound to a domain. So why would we necessarily assume that you could use the same set of tools to represent the world as a place of objects and to represent it as a place in which a biological creature would act? I mean, anyways, I'm suggesting that we don't view it that way, that we have two different viewpoints. Maybe they can be brought together, although it's not obvious how, but that it's not a tenable solution to get rid of one in favor of the other. And I think the reason for that is that you need to know how to conduct yourself in the world. You have to have a value system. You can't even look at the damn world without a value system. It's not possible. Your emotional health is dependent on a value system. The way you interact with other people is dependent on a value system. There's no getting away from it. And you say, well, there's no justification for any value system from a scientific perspective. You're going to draw that conclusion that no value system is valid. Where the hell does that leave you? There's no down, there's no up, there's no rationale for moving in any direction. There's not even really any rationale for living, and so people say things like that. Well, why the hell should I care what happens in a million years? Who's going to know the difference? It's like, yeah, true. Stupid, but true. And the reason I think it's stupid is because it's just a game. You know, I can take anything of any sort and find a context in which it's irrelevant. It's just a rational game. It's like, who cares if 100 children freeze to death in a blizzard? What difference is it going to make a billion years? Well, what do you say to someone who says that? You say, well, seems like the wrong frame of reference, bucko. That's what it looks like to me. You know, because at some point you question the damn frame of reference, not what you derive from it. And it certainly seems to me that situations like that don't allow you to use that kind of frame of reference. There's something inhumane about it. And that trumps the logic, or at least it should. And if it doesn't, then all hell breaks loose, and that doesn't seem to be a good thing. Okay, so I have this quote from Shakespeare here. He says, all the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Well, it's the sort of thing that you'd expect a dramatist to pen, but that's how he looked at the world. And we still watch Shakespeare's plays some hundreds of years later because there seems to be something essential captured in them. Something about how people do act, but more importantly, I think, how people should and shouldn't act. Because what fun is it going to a play that doesn't outline how someone should and how someone shouldn't act? You want a good guy, or a couple of them. Maybe they can be complex interminglings of good and bad, you know, that makes it more sophisticated. And you want a bad guy, or a bad, you know, you always want to see that contrasted, either within a character or between characters. And it's because you want to know how to live properly, that's how to be a good person, and you want to know how to live improperly, how to be a bad person, so you can watch out for people like that, or so you can figure out what that means for yourself. It's compelling, and that's another thing that's worth thinking about. Why is it compelling? And it's compelling to everyone. That's the thing that's so cool, is that there aren't that many phenomena that you can point to that are compelling to everyone. Music is close. It's a very rare person who doesn't like at least some genre of music, no matter how narrow. But the other one is stories. You're hard pressed to find someone, especially if they're younger, who doesn't like stories. Why? Is it a waste of time? Or is there something going on?
Celebration crasher. Hates fun.
I think it's not only not a waste of time, it's actually the most fundamentally important thing you can possibly do, because there's no difference between understanding stories and figuring out how to get along in the world. So, And there's a tight relationship between the story that you inhabit that structures your behavior and the games that Piaget talked about that organize people's behavior. You know, to some degree, the reason that we can all sit in this room together like this is because a huge chunk of the value system that guides our behavior is shared. So I'm lecturing and you're sitting in the classroom, and that distinguishes us to some degree, but you know that that's partly merely a consequence of the difference in our age. It's the same trajectory. We just happen to occupy different positions in a value hierarchy that we both accept. And so as long as you feel that that's fair and just, then you're not going to object to it. But I'm here in the classroom for many of the same reasons that you're here in the classroom. If you look at the higher order parts of the value structure, and maybe right out at the end of that, because I've tried to figure out, if you push why you're doing what you're doing right now to its ultimate limit, so you can't get a story that's superordinate to that, it's something like, well, you believe that the investigation of the world to acquire knowledge is worthwhile.
Questioning
Otherwise,
is
what the hell are you here for? And even if, you know, 80% of your motivation is to get a good, stable job, fair enough, there's still something outside of that, because...
And Wake the Beast mentioned this. He said the main feature of ignorance is that you don't want to go explore what there is. You don't want to go find what are some medicines that can help you, and what would be available if you were to canvas this adventure that you find before you. So you don't want to do that. You just want to instantly open Stanley's door and instantly Stanley's free. That's not an adventure. It's not going to happen like that.
The whole culture says, well, you're more likely to be able to function properly in a good, stable job if you're the sort of person who knows how to go out in the world and forage for information usefully. And I think that's very much analogous to the hero story. It's like you go out and you search the unknown to find something of value. And so fundamentally, that's what we're doing in the classroom. And the reason we can all organize our behavior is because we accept that framework. Consciously would be we know how to articulate it. Unconsciously, it's, well, it doesn't matter. We know how to act out the patterns. Whether we can say the rules or not, doesn't matter. Same as a wolf pack. We know the procedures, and you could describe them with an articulated value structure. Let's take a break. Okay, so let's go back to the complexity problem. See, I actually think in some sense, it's the fundamental problem. When you read about the terror management theorist types, they think that death is the fundamental problem. And that's a good argument, because it's definitely a fundamental problem, but I think it's a subset of the complexity problem. And the reason I think that is because sometimes people's lives become so complex that they'd rather be dead. So, and the reason they seek death through suicide is to make the complexity go away, because complexity causes suffering if it's uncontrolled. You know, things just get beyond your control. And that can happen, you know, if you're hit by 3 or 4 catastrophes at the same time. You know, maybe you have, the political system collapses, there's hyperinflation, you lose your job, and you have someone that you love or 2 people die, and maybe you get cancer, something like that. Like that, those things happen to people, and they just think, well, there's no getting out of this. Like, it's just too much. And you know, one of the things that's very interesting about being a psychologist is that what you learn if you're going to be a psychologist is that people come to you with mental illnesses, and that's almost never true. People come to you because their lives are so damn complicated they cannot stay on top of them in any way that doesn't make it look like they're just going to get more complicated. And so then that causes symptoms. You know, it's like there's this old idea, it's sort of a metaphor for genetic susceptibility. Take a balloon and blow it up until it's beyond its tolerance, it's going to blow out at the weakest point. Well, that's sort of what a genetic susceptibility is. If I just keep adding complexity on top of you, at some point you'll blow out at your weakest point. You know, maybe you'll get physiologically ill, maybe you'll start drinking, maybe you'll develop an anxiety disorder, maybe you'll get OCD, maybe you'll get depressed, whatever. There'll be something about you that's the weakest point, and if I just push, that's where you'll blow out. So that's a mental illness, but those things almost never just happen. Sometimes, but not very often. Usually people have just been hammered like 2 or 3 different ways, and then they collapse in the direction of their biological weakness, and then maybe you put them back together. But it's almost always a complexity related phenomena rather than a mental illness related phenomena. Not always, but almost always.
Well met.
I gotta see who else is online, because everybody I was watching has raided out or logged off. I can't just do what I'm doing. I have to also listen to other people. Just has to be this way. It's this. I have something about this in my other script that's kind of, it goes in the second overworld, so I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot during this one, but the action of exchanging our information together, this is what I'm getting at with the fact that there's no teacher. I'm getting information, you're getting information from your game, mine is from my game. We're kind of transmitting particles back and forth, and there's something about that action that is, it's recharging your mana somehow. It's a means of rotating the gears in each of our metaphysical ego, as it were, the part that the ego grows up from and out of. It rotates that. So you can do this in a self-oriented way. You can write the book and read the book, as I've been talking about a lot lately. But the literal action of exchanging the information, looking for it, getting it, showing each other some of our information, that's like the exchange of money. That's exactly what the exchange of a currency means. But in this way that we're doing it, when we succeed at exchanging information and making contact, we're generating the energy of our will, of our decisions, which we're making, our creative decisions, essentially. Because that's what the decision amounts to. What are you going to select? What are you going to unselect? Which thing are you going to click on? And which one are you going to scrap? Those are your choices that you get to make. All that stuff's still there, and it's still happening even if you make no selections. But it's not very interesting if you make no selections, because it's just the one stream of whatever the hell it is, colliding and bouncing into each other and itself back and forth. But when you start selecting, you start crafting. You start finding out how the items interact differently. So when I'm going to go back through this content and gather up a bunch of different items that I knew were related, but I hadn't yet decided in what order am I going to present them. The object of a music playlist kind of reflects this thing that I want to do. And it's just another example of the meaning of lurking in content that's interesting, and the meaning of, furthermore, just re-listening to the same singular one over and over, versus what does it mean when you start realizing the entry points and the exit points that allow the different items to thread together into a cohesive, different picture, a different flavor, a different texture, a different tone, a different melody. All of this is the thought that you get to when you realize this exchange of information is the currency. That information is the real currency in some sense, some fundamental way. The number that's money, no, not real. Completely imaginary, completely approximated, means nothing. The information that transcends numeric information, in the sense that we've contextualized it through the lenses of a game world, a person, an environment for that person, and where you're simultaneously looking out at reality from the game world's context, and you're looking in at you through the lens of the game or the tool or the story, like Jordan Peterson was just saying. You're getting a sight of what there is, of what it is. That's the real thing. That's the real reality. Particles that is currency that we're trying to exchange, that we're wanting to exchange, and that by doing the exchange of these details and information particles, we're fueling basically the bio machine that we are, the bio computer that your fucking brain is, that you are as a human animal. That's what it runs on. It runs on information. It runs on emotional currency. So the secret, the thing we're getting after, the thread we're trying to pull on, is how to be all the way here. How to be fully emotionally authentic. How to access anger and use it correctly. In a way that doesn't leave you so fucked up you can't function. Because if you refuse your anger, that's what's going to happen. You have to actually implement it correctly. And all the emotions, you have to not refuse any of them. In the action of refusing, I liken this to speeding on the highway. The asshole who's speeding, trying to hurry around everyone else. The thing about that is, what that does is puts you in a position where everybody's in your way. You're trying to hurry around them. They're in your way. You're choosing a behavior where you're putting everybody in your own way and pissing your own self off, and you're dumb. You're an idiot for doing that. But you might have fun doing it. So like, there's the two ways of saying that or looking at it. But you might also cause danger or injury or harm or regret or sorrow with that action. So I think of that behavior in a motor vehicle as something cosmic. It's like playing hardcore mode. It's the Joker mode. You literally wield the power of life and death when you pilot a large machine that's capable of crushing animal life. That's just what it is. You're choosing an action that's mystical in a really interesting, calamitous way. Jordan Peterson talks a lot about our capacity for malevolence or for malice, for action that is destructive and for angry, evil behavior. He really gets to the core of confronting what is the dark part of being human, and what does it exactly mean to have confronted that, to have taken it on and battled the boss within you and defeated it. What does that even mean? How can you do that? That's kind of my question too. So in that earlier narration I played, that was from the very beginning when I wrote these seed scripts. And I had been writing those for about a year at that point before it finally got to the point that I could see what I was looking at. And it's 3 different chapters that are differentiated in this specific way. I'm showing on screen right now the main summary overview of the first one, and I have a similar item like this for the second and third that describes what they contain, delineates what their differentiation is that causes the 3 to be separate and causes them all to not just be the one script. Because as I started writing the script, I was like, no, this is another script, this is another script. I kept finding more differentiation points and title points that allowed me to sort the information and organize my information into these different word sets. Today's just not a good day for trying to play the Burning Crusade dungeons on this tier. Sitting here for over 20 minutes trying to do this. It's not good enough to just be the healer. What else can we do? We can make some beginner's guide footage I was gonna make. Have to go over here to do that. Accidentally changed that by pushing the arrow. I was trying to stand up in the game. I went a little off track though, as the point of that information exchange discussion is this. I'm saying, look at this information. Let me get some of your information. Like, let me gather the information that only you can contextualize for me, and let you get some of that information that I can only contextualize for you through my way, allowing us to make that real perception of this infinitely complicated, pulsating reality we're looking at from these 2 different vantage points. It gets to the meaning of a unity of self and other, to understand the currency about that, about saying, I need to get some of your information, and I need to show you some of this information over here, and that's what we're trading. That's what it is that we're able to get from each other that is uniquely valuable, in such the way as to say, only you can get this information, only I can get that information, and only through the transaction that is this human contact can these 2 informations become something that we have crafted. So I think of human contact as literally a craft, as an act of bringing forth something that doesn't get made unless you put all the materials into a list, think about it, and experiment and do radical iteration and figure out how to combine them and which elements go where and try it, keep trying it, and keep doing it, and keep rehashing it, and throw parts out of it out, and bring other parts of it back over and over until you figure it out. That's how you do it. That's what your human contact process is going to consist of. It's going to be exactly like creativity when you get to it, which is why at the end of this whole thread I think of essentially this model, the idea that you should make a craft and you should make a stream and you should tell people what you think and what you feel. And like Peterson says, you have to find your own words or you don't exist. The reason for that, the reason to do that is because the reason that rises above any other kind of goals or reasons you might go along behaving one way or the other in the suffering vehicle that's called human life is so that you get the power, you get the energy of human contact, the affection energy, the love energy, where existence is love. This is how you do it. You figure out what you're trying to say by reading the book that is what you're trying to say, and then the more you figure that out, the more you say what you're trying to say better. Other people can hear it better. They can see you. They can, by seeing you and hearing you, they are able to figure out what they can make better, because all these perspectives illuminate each other. And that's the mechanism of a buff that you cast outward from you, that you click on the button and it gives somebody else a benefit. You click this little spell and it casts the benefit. It comes from you, it creates a benefit, the benefit helps you, and it also helps other people. And then with those benefits, they can do the same thing. They can cast their buff, and that's how it goes. This is how the game is carried on.
So, okay, so now you got this complexity problem and you think, well, you deal with it conceptually. And that's sort of akin to the idea that it's belief systems that protect you from death anxiety. The ideas are roughly comparable, but again, that's wrong. It's the sort of thing only a psychologist could think up, because psychologists think that everything about you happens inside your head, so to speak, in your psyche, but that's not true. There's a huge chunk of you that's outside of you completely. And so this is a really good example. Like, you know, we know the oldest cities. This is a medieval city in France. Beautiful old city. Old cities were walled. And the reason for that was because they were places of wealth, and if you didn't put walls around them, then other people would come in and steal everything and kill you. So like having some walls was a good idea. Like the same as having walls in your house is a good idea. Walls between your rooms are a good idea, or borders between categories are a good idea. And so part of the way you simplify the world is by building walls around your space, because then a whole bunch of things can't come in. And so you don't even have to think about them. It's not conceptual, it's practical. And so, and you know, one of the things I think I figured out recently is the fundamental political difference between people. And it looks to me like the fundamental political difference is how many walls should there be around your stuff? And the ultimate liberal answer is 0. And the ultimate conservative answer is, well, bring on those walls, man. And what's interesting about both those perspectives, first of all, is that there's temperamental contributions to them, and second, that they're both valid. So one of the mysteries, I believe, that permeates psychometric psychology right now is why the temperamental factors that influence politics are those particular temperamental factors. So there's 5, let's say, right? This classic big 5: extroversion, neuroticism, agreeableness, conscientiousness, and openness. Well, the biggest predictors of political allegiance, forget about the politically correct types for a minute, but on the liberal to conservative axis is that the liberals are low in conscientiousness and high in openness, and the conservatives are high in conscientiousness and low in openness. And so then you think, well, why those two traits? That's the first question. And the second question is, why those two traits together, given that they're not very highly correlated, right? They're really quite independent. So why do they co-vary along the political axis? And I think this is the reason. I think it's exactly that, is that open people like to live on the periphery of boundaries. And they like to break boundaries between things, because interesting things happen when you think a different way, when you think outside of the box, so to speak. That's what open people do. They always think outside of the box, no matter what box you put them in. You know, and sometimes you meet people that are so open that they're completely disorganized. their thought process is almost completely associational, like a dreamer. They just jump from one thing to another, and they're very interesting to talk to. It's very hard for those people to get their lives together because they're interested in absolutely everything, and their attention just flits all over the place. And so they're open, and that actually does go along with higher intelligence, generally speaking. So, and then if they're low in conscientiousness, they don't see any utility in order. And order, like orderly people, because that's part of conscientiousness and the biggest determiner of political belief in the conscientious domain, the orderly people like to have everything in its separate place and properly structured. And so, you know, their world is box, inside a shelf of boxes, and then that shelf of boxes is inside another box, and all those boxes are nice and neat and tight, nothing inside them is touching, and everything in every box is the same thing. And you know, you can see you can see the utility in that, and that...
These two types oppose each other in an interesting way. The ordered one is like an autism spectrum neuroatypical mind, and the chaos one is the ADD differential detailed brain like I have. As I am like spectrum people in those ways except the ordering. The chaotic thing is the creative chaos that I contain in my heart to the utmost maximum degree.
As far as we've been able to tell, is also associated with disgust sensitivity. And people are disgusted, generally speaking, when things that shouldn't be touching are touching. Like something horrible stuck to you, for example. That produces a very visceral sense of disgust. And it's a boundary violation, because that's what disgust is. It's indexes a boundary violation. And how separate people should be from one another as individuals or in groups is an entirely debatable issue, because there's huge advantages when people mingle and mix, and there's huge dangers when people mingle and mix. And so at some point you say, well, the dangers are overwhelming the positives, and at another point you say, well, the positives are overwhelming the dangers, and you have a continual argument about that with yourself, but more importantly with people who have different temperament than you. You know, and the terrible temptation is to assume that only those people who have your temperament are correct. And that's just, those other temperaments wouldn't exist if that was true. I mean, if you look at it from, just say if you look at it from a strictly biological perspective. So anyways, one of the things we do to simplify the world is to frame it physically. And so you look at this, you've got wall number 1, and then you have wall number 2. But then inside the walls, you have walls around everything. All these houses are walls, and inside the houses, there are walls as well. And so everything is, and what you do when you put walls around things is you make part of the world simpler, right? Constantly. If the reason you have a house is so that everybody and his dog isn't in your house. You just want those few people that you can barely tolerate in your house, and not all those other strangers, and God only knows what they're going to do. You'll still invite people in now and then, because maybe you're sick and tired and bored of the people that are in your house, and so you want a little bit of new information. But you want those barriers to be there so that you can voluntarily modulate the information flow. Okay, so that's the first thing you do. And you know, then you set up rules with everybody else. It says, well, I'm going to have some walls so you can't come in, but what I'm going to do is pay you for that privilege by letting you have some walls where people can't come in. And so I think that's analogous. I was thinking about the issue of discrimination in relationship to sex, because I've been thinking a lot about discrimination lately, because everybody thinks discrimination is a bad idea, which is a very stupid proposition, because you're discriminating all the time. And the most fundamental form of discrimination is choice of sexual partner. And so you might say, well, why should that even be allowed? Because it is the most fundamental form of discrimination. So for example, almost everyone is racially prejudiced when it comes to sexual partners. So you think, well, is that right? What about, do you use age as an exclusionary criteria? Probably. Do you use physical attractiveness? Only insofar as you're able, right? You use it completely if you could get away with it, roughly speaking, but you can't, because the most attractive people aren't going to be anywhere near you. So you can't do it, but you'd like to. Health, yes. Strength, yes. Wealth, yes. Education, definitely. So it's unbelievably discriminatory. And so you might say, well, why is that justifiable? And it seems to me that it's something like, well, you get to say no to me if I get to say no to you. It's something like that. We've agreed that Everybody gets to discriminate on that basis, and because everybody can do it, then it's fair. It's something like that. It's very much worth thinking about. You know, I don't know if you know this, but in Huxley's book, Brave New World, where the family had been completely demolished, right, and children were conceived in bottles and given and produced in factories. So the whole idea of the relationship between sex and procreation had become a taboo. One of the mantras, the slogans of the society was, everyone belongs to everyone else. And so it was actually a social faux pas to refuse to sleep with someone, just as it was a social faux pas to have any exclusionary relationship. Because another thing that you might notice is that there's nothing more discriminatory than falling in love with someone. It's like, you're special, and all the rest of you? No. So it's the ultimate exclusionary act, right? And yet we presume that that's an acceptable, not only acceptable, we demand that as a right. And, well, that's worth thinking about a lot. Anyways, okay, so what you're doing is...
Alright, now we're going into a dungeon, unless some of these DPS are all asleep, waiting 35 fucking minutes for a dungeon queue. And we can narrate this narration. This dungeon's pretty beefy, it takes a while. What the hell's this guy's deal? Maximize this narration. No, this is the wrong one. Don't maximize that one. This one. The rule for all containers. The paranoia conundrum. The secret squad narration. First of all, please do not underestimate the peril of. Please beware of the wrong weed. You might be avalanching stress with the wrong weed, where another one may synergize and medicate your profile of stress encumberment optimally. Just try a different one if you're not having a good stress situation. Difficult to identify that because stress makes you way less aware of what's going on. So now let's think about the value of flipping from comfortable to risk. Essentially the action you feel when you play a video game that is going to delete your save file if you mess up and get defeated. Or if you mess up driving a motor vehicle and cause bodily harm or your own death. Flipping from comfortable to risk brings you over an authenticity threshold. The problem is when you trap anger in place, that stops you from actualizing. But if you learn that authentic spontaneity switch and then use it for diffusing the fear to become the creativity exertion, then you got the message. Now, I studied losing my mind and caught this in particle form, but now I finally have been able to scan it and see the relation between the particles and what they depict. Magic eye. That's the huge gaze. Side B is a koan solution. When you tell someone, yes, it's stupid, go ahead and quit if that's what you want. It secretly discourages them. They feel freer. This is seen in the new film Soul from Pixar, and also in Alan Watts when he explains the question about giving somebody permission to commit suicide if that's what they want to do. There's a whole joke about it a little bit into the beginning of the Web of Life. So, question. Question asker says, I am going to do something ridiculous and life-destroying. This is somebody having a difficult experience, the experience of the complexity problem, and this is what they say. So this is the answer. Okay, yes, we believe you. We can see that your situation is very exist. But you see, anger blocks you from answering this correctly. You get hit by the special attack. It's fucking overpowered. It needs to be nerfed. That is the trap of anger. Its only use is to flip your awareness toggle. Then you need to refuse to be contained in that place. you have to exert liberation. Basically, you have to decide to disband the container and float freely out from it. The call is over. You are imprisoned in the booth. Image interlude of the cursed phone booth liminal art. You actively enact hanging up the phone, and boom, you've opened creativity.exe. Who's shooting me? Jesus Christ. So, you actively enact hanging up the phone. You open the creativity.exe. You rescue you. This is the model I discovered by rescuing me from an oppressive cult. This is also the rule for all containers. You have to liberate you from it. There is no other way. This also corresponds to the rule for all terrors from Alan Watts in my curriculum, but in an opposite way, because the rule for all terrors is you go straight in. You confront it. This corresponds also to the Jordan Peterson dragon parable, or like a boss dragon. Enemy that you have to confront, so you can't just ignore it. But confronting it is what fear is taking you. You're afraid to do it, so you won't do it. That's the fear mechanism inside of anger. Since I cannot seem to access the intelligence of this behavior, I will have to exit the game, fairly inevitable. So then, this is the arrival point. The second person perspective is to watch you, and be the liberator of that one that got hit with the whack anger attack. In dungeon raiding, you have this immobilize debuff. I'm thinking of the beginning, the first boss in the Black Temple raid from this expansion, the Burning Crusade. But your teammates just need to run over and defeat the trap. That's how you get out of it. So your second person is just as good, you or family. The secret squad is you and your loved ones. And I actually pulled up the wrong version of this script. I need to narrate it off of my project page in order to complete the second pass. There's one little add-on that we need to narrate here at the end. Question. I am going to do something ridiculous and life-destroying. Answer. Okay, yes, we believe you. We can see that your situation exists. But you see, anger blocks you from answering. You get hit by the special attack. It's fucking overpowered and it needs to be nerfed. This call is over. You're imprisoned in the fucking phone booth. Actively enact hanging up the phone, and boom, you've opened creativity.exe. You rescue you.
By agreeing to this segregation and boxing, what you're doing is carving off little bits of the world that are simple enough so that someone like you can live for some amount of time there without too much danger. And everyone agrees to do that, roughly speaking, because everybody needs to engage in that process of simplification and safety provision. And so we have towns, and the towns are nothing but boxes, but inside boxes. So there's a good, a good schematic of a little house, and you can see that even inside the same place we segregate off rooms for different purposes. And then what's interesting too is that we set up those rooms as little dramatic spaces, right? So you furnish them, and you furnish them with things that tell you how to behave in that room. So a table and chairs tells you that's where you're going to eat, and that's where people are going to sit, and they're going to sit facing each other. That has certain implications because the chairs don't face the walls, they face each other. And you have a living room where it's comfortable and there's a fire, and you're setting up little stages basically, so that just like kids do when they pretend, they all assign each other roles, and then they lay out a little drama, and that's what you do when you invite someone over. Well, let's sit in the living room. Well, you'll probably get a drink if you sit in the living room, and hypothetically you're going to have some conversation. And so it's a bounded place, there are rules that apply, and then you get to have a little exploration inside that set of bounded rules, and If you're open, you're going to discuss all sorts of things, and if you're conservative and closed, then you're going to discuss a very, very small subset of things. And so hopefully everyone will agree on that. So that's one form of binding. And then another is, well, we put boxes around each other when it comes to groups. And so this is I think this is a picture from the Democratic convention when Obama was elected, if I remember correctly. But anyways, what happens is that people segregate themselves into little microgroups like Democrats and Republicans, and they basically do that on a temperamental grounds, right, fundamentally. And then they produce these games that everyone knows how to play, and that's another form of simplification. So when you bring all these people together at a political convention, it's not like they all have the same ideas. They don't. And it could degenerate into chaos, and sometimes that happens. You get big demonstrations at these places, and sometimes people throw tear gas and all of that. But mostly speaking, it's pretty peaceful. And the reason for that is that there's a set of procedures in place that have some historical justification, that are embedded within a shared cultural and belief system. And everybody goes there and agrees to play by the rules, roughly speaking. And so then they can elect a candidate. They can kind of flip it down to a binary choice for the election, right? Yes or no, something like that. And nobody gets killed, usually. So hooray for that. That's a hell of a thing to pull off, to be able to generate out of 300 million people, 2 people to run for the highest office, then let everyone play a game to determine who they're going to be, and then to have the bloody thing function stably through power transitions. Like, that never happens, right? That's a complete bloody miracle, and hardly any societies have ever pulled it off. The power transition being the really important thing. Because a tyrant can be stable for a while, but usually what happens is he dies and all hell breaks loose. So I think it was George Washington that said, or had said about him, the reason that he was a great leader wasn't because he was president, but because he stopped being president. And that's really worth thinking about. So then, the next thing that sort of simplifies your world is actually your physiological structure, right? And we talked about that a little bit. Well, you can only see things that are in front of you, not things that are to the side or behind you. You know, you can only see a very narrow chunk of the electromagnetic spectrum, roughly that chunk that enables you to see by sunlight and to detect ripe fruit and that sort of thing. So it's very evolutionarily determined. And you see things of a certain size quite easily because they're handy, right? So objects manifest themselves to you as things because they have some relationship to your capacity to use them as tools, and that's dependent on your size. You have a certain strength and not a different strength. You have a certain degree of articulation. There's some things you can represent in language. So you have limitations that screen out from your consideration all sorts of things. And that's bad because, for example, before people discovered germs, there was a lot of them zipping about killing people, and the fact that we couldn't see them wasn't such a good thing. But by the same token, we're also not as overwhelmed with complexity as we might be if we could detect everything. And you know, one of the problems with being connected so much is that it's easy to drown in information. And that's rough for information foragers. You can't stay off your damn computer because there's, you know, it opens up your senses far beyond their normal limitations. And so where should you stop? Well, you don't. You know, you're on the damn thing like a pensioner on a slot machine, and for many of the same reasons. So your body also filters out the world for you and provides you with access to some information and not access to others. And then the same thing is the case with your nervous system. And I put the first picture there of this is the central nervous system that controls voluntary movement, for example. I put it there because people like to think that their brain is in their head, but it's a stupid way of thinking about it as far as I'm concerned, because you have an awful lot of neurological tissue distributed through your body. And like your autonomic nervous system, if I remember correctly, which is mostly distributed through your body, has more neurons in it than your central nervous system. And so you aren't a brain in a body. You know, your brain is really, really distributed through your whole body. And I think the idea that you have a brain in a body is kind of a holdover from the idea that you have a soul in a
Yes.
body. And not that I'm necessarily criticizing that idea, but I think they kind of got grafted onto one another. And so, but the problem with that is that and this is that, so it's the soul body, brain body, mind body dichotomy, which I think is the same dichotomy. And the problem with that is that it's easy to think of thought as something that's abstracted away from the body. And I think that was an Enlightenment idea, you know, that just like the soul shouldn't be contaminated by the demands of the body if you were going to be pure spiritually, so your thought shouldn't be contaminated by your subjectivity and your emotions and your motivations and all of that. Your abstractions should be independent of your subjectivity. And rationality and emotion are construed in that manner as enemies. You know, that the purpose of rationality is to dispense with the irrationality of emotion and motivation. And that's Freud's idea of the properly functioning ego is something like that too, because the id is this place of compulsion and drive, and the ego has to basically suppress that in the service of the superego. There's no idea of integration really in Freud. Now, I don't want to be rough on Freud, and I think part of the reason that he thought that way is because the patients he had were precisely those who weren't very well integrated because of their pathological past, and so they didn't know how to get those subsystems up into the overarching game, and so their only alternative was something like suppression or repression. Because if you don't know how to be aggressive in a sophisticated way, you're still going to be aggressive, but you're going to have to inhibit it, control yourself, because you can't just be aggressive around people. It just won't go well for you. So even if you can't do it in a sophisticated way, you're going to repress it, or you're going to get in trouble. Those are the options. So, okay, but if you start thinking about the brain, the nervous system as part of the body, as an inseparable part, well then the function of thinking starts to become something different. It's not so much the objective, abstract representation of the world, which is kind of what you're pursuing if you're a scientist. It's more like conceptualization of and practice of the proper way of being in the world. And I think that's what you're more interested in anyways. I don't see how you can't be, since you're a living thing, and you're overwhelmingly motivated to successfully manifest those actions that a living thing has to manifest in order to continue. And it's complicated. Like, you can boil it down to survival and reproduction. It's a good overarching simplification, but there's nothing simple about survival and reproduction. I mean, all sorts of complex monsters emerge out of that, even simple conceptualization. But it's not unreasonable to assume that one of the things that people generally want to do is to continue living in as pain-free manner as possible. It's something like that, although that's a simplification. So now the reason I'm making that case is because the fact that you have a body and yet the fact that you have a nervous system is another set of limitations on how it is that you're going to interact with the world. Okay, so now we've got the nervous system. We can go to higher resolution. We say, well, you have a brain. And the brain, let's see if I can, so that's the frontal cortex there. And that's the temporal cortex there, and that's the parietal cortex there, and that's the sensory cortex there. And these were, if I remember properly, these were divisions that I think were first thought through in the late 19th and early 20th century. They're slightly specialized. So this cortex back here does a lot of the elaboration of vision, and that one there helps you with your sense of embodiment and your knowledge about where your body actually happens to be localized. And then that one helps for example in some elements of language output. And then the frontal cortex, especially the prefrontal part, which is up here, is concerned with the organization and the organization of motor action. And that's a good way of thinking about it. You've got part of your brain that deals with the sensory world and in the integration of the sensory world, which seems to happen about there, where these places meet. And the prefrontal cortex, it grew out of the motor cortex. The motor cortex helps you plan out voluntary actions. The prefrontal cortex grew out of that in the course of evolution. So you might think, well, there's reflex actions, and they happen when something happens to you, you respond. And then that elaborates up into the motor system, and that enables you to act voluntarily in the world. And then that elaborates up into the prefrontal motor system, which helps you plan how you might act in the world. Right? So it's the prefrontal cortex that's the home of, let's call it complex, sophisticated, voluntary thought, which you could think about as a way of representing the world, but which is more accurately a way of generating avatars of yourself in hypothetical worlds to figure out how they would survive if you did implement them into action. And so I think that's why. So one of the weird things that you discover psychometrically is that there's no correlation between conscientiousness and intelligence. And that's a weird one, you know, because people think about intelligence as planning and forward thinking and all of that, but that's also how they think about conscientiousness, as planful behavior and the consideration of future possibilities. But intelligence and conscientiousness have zero correlation. And so you think, well, why is that? Well, I guess it has to be that way because you couldn't think abstractly if you were prone to act out what you thought. You just go and act it out. And that, like, I mentioned this to you before, when you dream, you're paralyzed. And you can take that little part of the brain that produces that paralysis out of a cat, or out of a person, but we haven't done it with people, out of a cat. And then when the cat falls asleep and hits REM sleep, it'll run around until it runs into something, and then it'll wake up.
That always breaks the cue.
The dream thinking is so tightly allied with action that there's no separation between them. So there's no real abstraction there. If you couldn't abstract, you wouldn't be able to think. And the fact that you can abstract means that you can separate your thinking from your action. So that's why, as far as I can tell, there's very little correlation between conscientiousness and intelligence. It's like it has to be that way. Because you have to be able to think about things that you wouldn't do if you're going to think. So, and generally we think of people who act as soon as they think as impulsive. So, okay, well, so there's a huge part of the brain that's devoted to sensory processing, and there's a huge part of the brain that's devoted to planning, and the whole prefrontal part of the brain is devoted to planning. And again, so what that indicates is that in large part, as far as your evolved body is concerned, the reason is that you think is so that you can act better. And of course that makes sense. And you can think about memory from that perspective too, because if you think scientifically, you think that your memory of the world is something like an objective record of events, but it's really not very much like that at all. And besides, who cares? You don't need an accurate representation of all the facts about this room. In fact, all it would do is weigh you down. Who cares what color the walls are, or what color the ceiling is, or what color the paint is? All of that's not worth remembering, partly because it has no relationship whatsoever to what you need to do in order to continue to act. And so what you're doing when you remember, as far as I can tell, is that you're mining your experience for information that you can bring forward into the future. It's purely pragmatic. And so, you know, I treat people who have post-traumatic disorder or symptoms of post-traumatic disorder. And so let's say they got post-traumatic stress disorder because a relationship collapsed on them suddenly, which is quite common. You know, they get betrayed or someone leaves them suddenly, and then they don't know what to do, because, especially if they're conscientious, because then they just tear themselves into pieces trying to figure out what they did wrong to bring about that event. And the reason they're doing that is because they want to retool their perceptions and their actions so that the probability that they'll have the same experience again is minimized. And their mind won't leave them alone until they do it. And no wonder, right? Because if you fall into a big pit and you get really hurt, the first thing you should figure out is how to not fall into big pits anymore. And your mind is set up exactly for that. And so what you do with someone who's having problems like that, so maybe they're waking up at the middle of the night obsessing about what went wrong, is you walk them through it. You do a situational analysis first, because one of the oversimplifications that people make, and this is especially true for conscientious people, is if something bad happened to me, I must have done something to deserve it. Now that's actually a pretty functional idea, because it suggests that there are things about your behavior that you could change that would make the future better. But the problem is that, say if it's the collapse of a relationship and you've been with that person for 8 years or longer, well, you did so many things with them that the idea that you did something wrong pretty much extends to every single thing you ever did with them. And that's, how are you going to fix that? And so that's part of the trauma, actually. The trauma is 80 million snakes all at the same time. It's like, well, forget it. You don't have time to go through all that material. And so partly what you do is with people, and this is what you should do with yourself too, is you do a situational analysis. It's like, don't be assuming necessarily that the thing that happened to you only happened to you because of what you did or didn't do. There's all sorts of factors at play. So one of the things that sometimes I do with clients is if they were in a relationship and I can get some reasonable personality information about both of them, I can point out where they were temperamentally incompatible. You know, like if you're a highly conscientious person and your partner is very, very low in conscientiousness, it's like, well, good luck to you two. How the hell are you ever going to work that out? Because you want everything to be exactly where it's supposed to be, and you're working all the time, and your partner could care less whether things were where they're supposed to be, and they're not going to work.
Precisely.
And you can butt heads about that forever. The probability that you're going to shift it, you know, except to some minor degree, is very, very low. And so sometimes you end up with someone with whom you get along very well on one temperamental dimension, and you're an absolute catastrophe on the other 4. And the probability that you're going to be able to mediate a huge temperamental difference is extremely low. You wouldn't expect yourself to mediate a huge intellectual difference, right? You're going to make the other person smarter, or maybe you smarter, depending on who you're with. It's like, no, probably not. A bit, maybe. So you do a situational analysis. And so what you're trying to do is to extract out information from your past and your present that will enable you to conduct yourself properly into the future. And so that's another example of the pragmatic element of thought. Well then, within the brain itself, apart from the major subdivisions which we just described, there are minor subdivisions, and here's a bunch of them listed: the caudate nucleus, the cerebral cortex, the huge newest part of the brain that's about a square meter. If you unfold it, it's all folded up, and most of the processing occurs right on the surface. That's the idea anyways. The thalamus, that's a place where a lot of the information in the brain appears to be integrated. The cerebellum helps you with balance and the sequencing of complex motor activities. The hippocampus, that's the one we talked about before. One of the things that the hippocampus seems to do is compare your model of the world as it's unfolding with the model that you desire to be occurring, and then keeps track of mismatches. And if it detects a mismatch, then it disinhibits other emotional and motivational centers. And that's the beginning of your response to the unknown. So one of them is the hypothalamus. I'm going to concentrate on it for a bit. It's a little tiny part of the brain that's pretty much at the top of the spinal cord. See, it's really small compared to the rest of the brain. Now, it turns out that imagine this is a cat brain for a minute, and you take off the whole cat brain, except for the hypothalamus, which people do. You take off the whole cortex, for example. And then the cat's still alive if you do it carefully, but it doesn't have much of a brain, and so you might think, well, that cat would just do nothing. But cat's actually pretty functional if it's reduced just to its hypothalamus. And that's because the hypothalamus is an incredibly important part of the brain, and it provides what I would say constitute the major frames, the major psychological frames. And so like a decorticate cat can still eat and drink and regulate its body temperature and engage in defensive aggression. And if it's female, it can still mate. Male can't, because the male mating behavior is more complicated. And as long as you keep it in a bounded environment, it can function reasonably well. It's hyper curious though. which is very weird because you wouldn't expect a cat with no brain to be curious about anything, but a cat with no brain is curious about everything. And that seems to be because part of the reason that you aren't curious about something anymore is because you've investigated it and you've built a representation of it that's functional. And that functional representation then stands for the thing itself, and then you can ignore it. And so you learn to ignore things. They're interesting to begin with, and then you learn to ignore them. And so one of the things that I think artists do, if they're great artists, is remind you that there's more to things than you see now that you've learned to ignore them. So you get a kind of a hallucinogenic painting of flowers like Van Gogh might produce, like his famous irises, which I think sold for like $220 million or something outrageous. It's like what Van Gogh is trying to show you is what those flowers looked like before you thought you could see them, because now you flower and you walk by, you know. You don't see it at all because you're off to get a peanut butter sandwich or something. You don't have time to glory in the wonder of the world, you know. You've got something practical to do.
But you need an adventure.
All right, so we're going to zoom in on the hypothalamus here.
That's the psychedelic thing.
And what you see, of course, when you zoom in on the hypothalamus is that it's not a thing. It's a whole bunch of things. And then it's one of those horrible whole bunches of things that are made out of even more bunches of things, and they're made out of more bunches of things. And what's really interesting about going down the body from an analytic perspective is it doesn't seem to get less complex as you go farther down. You know, like some of the... I should actually show you that. I haven't showed you that little video of DNA fixing itself, eh? Oh, I better show you that. It's so cool. It's ridiculously cool, so you definitely need to see it.
Until I encountered the artworks of David Goodsell, who is a molecular biologist at the Scripps Institute. And his pictures are all, everything's accurate, it's all to scale. And his work illuminated for me what the molecular world inside us is like. So this is a transection through blood. In the top left-hand corner, you've got this yellow-green area. The yellow-green area is the fluids of blood, which is mostly water, but it's also antibodies, sugars, hormones, that kind of thing. And the red region is a slice into a red blood cell, and those red molecules are hemoglobin. They are actually red. That's what gives blood its color. And hemoglobin acts as a molecular sponge to soak up the oxygen in your lungs and then carry it to other parts of the body. I was very much inspired by this image many years ago, and I wondered whether we could use computer graphics to represent the molecular world. What would it look like? And that's how I really began. So let's begin. This is DNA in its classic double helix form, and it's from X-ray crystallography, so it's an accurate model of DNA. If we unwind the double helix and unzip the two strands, you see these things that look like teeth. Those are the letters of genetic code, the 25,000 genes you've got written in your DNA. This is what they typically talk about, the genetic code. This is what they're talking about. But I want to talk about a different aspect of DNA science, and that is the physical nature of DNA. And it's these two strands that run in opposite directions for reasons I can't go into right now, but they physically run in opposite directions, which creates a number of complications for your living cells, as you're about to see, most particularly when DNA is being copied. And so what I'm about to show you is an accurate representation of the actual DNA replication machine that's occurring right now inside your body, at least 2002 biology. So DNA is entering the production line from the left-hand side, and it hits this collection, this miniature biochemical machines that are pulling apart the DNA strand and making an exact copy. So DNA comes in, it hits this blue donut-shaped structure, and it's ripped apart into its two strands. One strand can be copied directly, and it can be seen spooling off down to the bottom there. But things aren't so simple for the other strand because it must be copied backwards. So it's thrown out repeatedly in these loops and copied one section at a time, creating two new DNA molecules. Now, you have billions of this machine right now whirring the right way inside you, copying your DNA with exquisite fidelity. It's an accurate representation, and it's pretty much at the correct speed for what is occurring inside you. But I've left out error correction and a bunch of other things. This was work from a number of years ago. Thank you. This is work from a number of years ago, but what I want to show you next is updated science. It's updated technology. So again, we begin with DNA, and it's jiggling and wiggling there because of the surrounding supermolecules, which I've stripped away so you can see something. DNA is about 2 nanometers across, which is really quite tiny. But in each one of your cells, each strand of DNA is about 30 to 40 million nanometers long. So to keep the DNA organized, to regulate access to the genetic code, it's wrapped around these purple proteins. I've labeled them purple here. It's packaged up and bundled up. All of this field of view is a single strand of DNA. This huge package of DNA is called a chromosome, and we'll come back to chromosomes in a minute. We're pulling out, we're zooming out through a nuclear pore, which is sort of the gateway to this compartment that holds all the DNA called the nucleus. All of this field of view is about a semester's worth of biology, and I've got 7 minutes, so we're not going to be able to do that today. No, I'm being told no. This is the way a living cell looks down a light microscope, and it's been filmed under time lapse, which is why you can see it moving. The nuclear envelope breaks down. These sausage-shaped things are the chromosomes, and we'll focus on them. They go through this very striking motion that is focused on these little red spots. When the cell feels it's ready to go, it rips apart the chromosome. One set of DNA goes to one side, the other side gets the other set of DNA, identical copies of DNA, and then the cell splits down the middle. And again, you have billions of cells undergoing this process right now inside of you. Now we're going to rewind and just focus on the chromosomes and look at its structure and describe it. So again, here we are at that equator moment. The chromosomes line up, and if we isolate just one chromosome, we're going to pull it out and have a look at its structure. So this is one of the biggest molecular structures that you have, at least as far as we've discovered so far, inside of us. So this is a single chromosome, and you have 2 strands of DNA in each chromosome. One is bundled up into one sausage, the other strand is bundled up into the other sausage. These things that look like whiskers that are sticking out from either side are the dynamic scaffolding of the cell. They're called microtubules, but the name's not so important. But what we're going to focus on is this red region. I've labeled it red here, and it's the interface between the dynamic scaffolding and the chromosomes. It is obviously central to the movement of the chromosomes, but we have no idea really as to how it's achieving that movement. We've been studying this thing called the kinetochore for over 100 years with intense study, and we're still just beginning to discover what it's all about. It is made up of about 200 different types of proteins, thousands of proteins in total. It is a signal broadcasting system. It broadcasts through chemical signals telling the rest of the cell when it's ready, when it feels that everything is aligned and ready to go for the separation of the chromosomes. It is able to couple onto the growing and shrinking microtubules. It's transiently, it's involved with the growing of the microtubules, and it's able to transiently couple onto them. It's also a tension sensing system. It's able to feel when the cell is ready, when the chromosome is correctly positioned. It's turning green here because it feels that everything is just right. And you'll see that there's one little last bit that's still remaining red, and it's walked away down the microtubules. That is the signal broadcasting system sending out the stop signal, and it's walked away. I mean, it's that mechanical. It's molecular clockwork. This is how you work at the molecular scale. So with a little bit of molecular eye candy, we've got kinesins, which are the orange ones. They're little molecular courier molecules walking one way. And here are the dynein. They're carrying that broadcasting system, and they've got their long legs so they can step around obstacles and so on. So again, this is all derived accurately from the science. The problem is we can't show it to you any other way. Exploring at the frontier of science, at the frontier of human understanding, is mind-blowing. Discovering this stuff is certainly a pleasurable incentive to work in science. But most medical researchers, this is just discovering this stuff is simply steps along the path to the big goals, which are to eradicate disease, to eliminate the suffering and the misery that disease causes, and to lift people out of poverty. Thank you.
So, like, that's just so ridiculously mind-blowing that it's almost unbearable. I mean, to think about that as clockwork even is a pretty strange idea, because, well, those
You're a
little things
machine.
walk over obstacles. It's
Technology
like,
is
how the hell
alive.
does that happen? They're just molecules. So it's so cool, because when you go down, you'd think simple, but, you know. And, you know, he said at the beginning when they were taking that, when the little machines were taking that DNA apart, that he didn't show the error correcting. You know, there's other little machines that go along and see if everything's okay, and if it isn't, they cut it out and put a right piece in. It's like, yeah, things we don't understand. There's no shortage of them, that's for sure. Okay, so what I'm doing in some sense is walking you through a psychophysiological or representation of Piaget's developmental process, I would say. So I wanted to zero in on the hypothalamus because it seems to me the thing that sets the most basic frames. And so we'll go ahead with that. So you see that it's made up of all these little parts. And so it's called the hypothalamus more for convenience than because it's a homogeneous set of structures, because it's not a homogeneous set of structures. And this is something to consider very carefully when you're thinking about the terminology that psychologists use or that you might use to describe your own behavior. Because you can roughly, there is a psychology of motivation and there's a psychology of emotion, and you might think, well, emotion and motivation are categorically different entities, but they're not. In fact, there's no such thing as a uniform set of motivations, and there's no such thing as a uniform set of emotions, and the distinction between a motivation and an emotion is unclear, to say the least. And that's partly because the physiological substructures that subsume what we call motivations and what we call emotions, and it's not like there's a motivation center that's homogeneous. The closest is the hypothalamus, but it's made of structures that are qualitatively different. And then the emotions, because I have to use that descriptive terminology because we have to communicate about it somehow. There's all sorts of different structures in the brain that contribute to emotional expression, and they're not even in the same place, much less composed of identical structure or function. So we have these shorthands that we use to divide up the world, but they're awkward and untenable as the level of resolution increases. But anyways, I'm still going to go with motivation and emotion because it's a useful simplification, but you can see with the hypothalamus that there's all these complicated little subsystems in there, and I showed you that video to show you just how complicated the subsystems are all the way down to the molecular level. How those little machines manage what they do is completely beyond me. To call it clockwork when those little things that walk can walk over obstacles. It's like clockwork does one thing, only. Click, 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 click. That's all it does. No exceptions. This thing walks over obstacles to get where it's going. It's like, who knows what's going on down there. But it works well enough, so here we are, weirdly enough. So, motivation seems to me to be the initial framing process. And you come into the world with the motivational systems roughly ready to go. Babies are hungry, babies get cold, babies want something to drink. So the world already comes, in some sense, they come into the world with pre-packaged categories for existence, and those are the categories that are going to aid their survival. And they're not simple either. It's not so simple. It's, well, hunger, thirst, pleasure, pain, anxiety, the classic sort of, and the classic emotions, sadness, joy, and so forth. Those systems are already there, but babies have more complicated systems too, like the system for exploration is already in place, and the system for play, which is really complicated, it's already in place. And so, you come into the world with a human nature, and the nature seems to be distributed across these subsystems. That's one way of thinking about it. And it's also useful to think about the operation of those subsystems as something like, you could think about them as games with an aim. You could think about them as stories. You could think about them as frames of reference. You can think about them as action patterns. All of those, and you can think about them as sub-personalities, which I actually think is maybe the best way to think about them. Because if you're hungry, it's not a deterministic drive. It's a sub-personality that has a goal, and then it has a bunch of action patterns that are going to work in reference to that goal. It has a bunch of perceptions that suit that goal, and it organizes your emotional responses around that goal. And so to think about it as a personality is it's a much more intelligent way to look at it. One other thing about Skinner's rats, Skinner could get rats to do almost everything, and he would reward them with food. And so he had a simple rat model, but his rats were starved down to 75% of their normal body weight. So not only were they not social, gregarious rats like rats are, because they were isolated, they were genetically altered from wild rats, but they also weren't as complex as a real rat because they were starving. And so, but a starving rat is a pretty good model of a rat, and a rat is a pretty good model of a person. But a lot of our models of simple behavioral learning were based on starving, isolated rats. So, anyways, how to think about motivation? We'll think about it from the hypothalamic perspective. So we could say one thing that motivation does is set goals. We could say that emotions track progress towards goals. And I'm going to use that schema even though it's not exactly right. So you say, well, motivation determines where you're going to aim. So if you're hungry, you're going to aim at something to eat. And then that will organize your perceptions so that you zero out everything that isn't relevant to that task, which is almost everything. You concentrate on those few things that are going to facilitate your movement forward, when you encounter those things, that produces positive emotion as you move through the world towards your goal, and you see that things are laying themselves out that facilitate your movement forward. Those things cause positive emotion. And if you encounter anything that gets in the way, then that produces negative emotion. And it can be like threat, because you're not supposed to encounter something that gets in the way. It can be anger, so that you move it away. It can be frustration, disappointment, grief. Those would, if you had a response that serious to an obstacle, it would probably punish the little motivated frame right out of existence. You know, so you walk downstairs and, I don't know, the contracting company has set a wrecking ball through your kitchen. It's like, that's going to be disappointing. You're not going to keep eating the peanut butter sandwich in the rubble. That little frame is going to get punished out of existence.
Okay, yeah. That's a perfect pivot point to a little story that I want to play. I recently came across the actual original narrated version of this story called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We'll just listen to the beginning of it today, because that's just an exceptional breakpoint in that lecture into the plot of how the beginning of the plot of this story begins. I have to type in a search to pull that up. I don't have it saved on this particular YouTube account. There's about 20 minutes left on this actual lecture, but I'm abandoning those 20 minutes and we'll listen to them later. There it is.
Dove Audio presents The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams, read by the author.
Far out in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded, yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 92 million miles is an utterly insignificant little blue-green planet whose ape-descended life forms are so amazingly primitive that they still think digital watches are a pretty neat idea. This planet has, or rather had, a problem, which was this. Most of the people living on it were unhappy for pretty much at the time. Many solutions were suggested for this problem, but most of these were largely concerned with the movements of small green pieces of paper, which is odd because on the whole it wasn't the small green pieces of paper that were unhappy. And so the problem remained. Lots of the people were mean, and most of them were miserable, even the ones with digital watches. Many were increasingly of the opinion that they'd all made a big mistake in coming down from the trees in the first place, and some said that even the trees had been a bad move, and that no one should ever have left the oceans. And then, one Thursday, nearly 2,000 years after one man had been nailed to a tree for saying how great it would be to be nice to people for a change, a girl sitting on her own in a small cafe in Rickmansworth suddenly realized what it was that had been going wrong all this time. And she finally knew how the world could be made a good and happy place. This time it was right, it would work, and no one would have to get nailed to anything. Sadly, however, before she could get to a phone to tell anyone about it, a terrible, stupid catastrophe occurred, and the idea was lost forever. This is not her story. But it is the story of that terrible, stupid catastrophe and some of its consequences. It is also the story of a book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Not an Earth book, never published on Earth, and until the terrible catastrophe occurred, never seen or even heard of by any Earthman. Nevertheless, a wholly remarkable book. In fact, it was probably the most remarkable book ever to come out of the great publishing corporations of Ursa Minor, of which no Earthman had ever heard either. Not only is it a wholly remarkable book, it is also a highly successful one. More popular than the Celestial Home Care Omnibus, better selling than 53 More Things to Do in Zero Gravity, and more controversial than Ulan Kulufid's trilogy of philosophical blockbusters, Where God Went Wrong, some more of God's greatest mistakes, and Who is this God person anyway? In many of the more relaxed civilizations on the outer eastern rim of the galaxy, the Hitchhiker's Guide has already supplanted the great Encyclopedia Galactica, as the standard repository of all knowledge and wisdom. For though it has many omissions and contains much that is apocryphal or at least wildly inaccurate, it scores over the older, more pedestrian work in two important respects. First, it is slightly cheaper, and secondly, it has the words "Don't Panic" inscribed in large friendly letters on its cover. But the story of this terrible, stupid Thursday, the story of its extraordinary consequences, and the story of how these consequences are inextricably intertwined with this remarkable book, begins very simply. It begins with a house. Chapter 1. The house stood on a slight rise just on the edge of the village. It stood on its own and looked out over a broad spread of West Country farmland. Not a remarkable house by any means. It was about 30 years old, squattish, squarish, made of brick, and had 4 windows set in the front of a size and proportion which more or less exactly failed to please the eye. The only person for whom the house was in any way special was Arthur Dent, and that was only because it happened to be the one he lived in. He had lived in it for about 3 years, ever since he had moved out of London, because it made him nervous and irritable. He was about 30 as well, tall, dark-haired, and never quite at ease with himself. The thing that used to worry him most was the fact that people always used to ask him what he was looking so worried about. He worked in local radio, which he always used to tell his friends was a lot more interesting than they probably thought. It was, too. Most of his friends worked in advertising. On Wednesday night it had rained very heavily. The lane was wet and muddy, but the Thursday morning sun was bright and clear as it shone on Arthur Dent's house for what was to be the last time. It hadn't properly registered yet with Arthur that the council wanted to knock it down and build a bypass instead. At 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, Arthur didn't feel very good. He woke up blearily, got up, wandered blearily round his room, opened a window, saw a bulldozer, found his slippers and stomped off to the bathroom to wash. Toothpaste on the brush, so scrub. Shaving mirror, pointing at the ceiling. He adjusted it. For a moment it reflected a second bulldozer through the bathroom window. Properly adjusted, it reflected Arthur Dent's bristles. He shaved them off, washed, dried and stomped off to the kitchen to find something pleasant to put in his mouth. Kettle, plug, fridge, milk, coffee, yawn. The word bulldozer wandered through his mind for a moment in search of something to connect with. The bulldozer outside the kitchen window was quite a big one. He stared at it. Yellow, he thought, and stomped off back to his bedroom to get dressed. Passing the bathroom, he stopped to drink a large glass of water and another. He began to suspect that he was hungover. Why was he hungover? Had he been drinking the night before? He supposed that he must have been. He caught a glint in the shaving mirror. Yellow, he thought, and stomped onto the bedroom. He stood and thought. The pub, he thought. Oh dear, the pub. He vaguely remembered being angry about something that seemed important. He had been telling people about it at great length, he rather suspected. His clearest visual recollection was of glazed looks on other people's faces. Something about a new bypass he'd just found out about. It had been in the pipeline for months, only no one seemed to have known about it. Ridiculous. He took a swig of water. It would sort itself out, he'd decided. No one wanted a bypass. The council didn't have a leg to stand on. It would sort itself out. God, what a terrible hangover it had earned him, though. He looked at himself in the wardrobe mirror. He stuck out his tongue. Yellow, he thought. The word yellow wandered through his mind in search of something to connect with. 15 seconds later, he was out of the house and lying in front of a big yellow bulldozer that was advancing up the garden path. Mr. L. Prosser was, as they say, only human. In other words, he was a carbon-based bipedal life form descended from an ape. More specifically, he was 40, fat, and shabby and worked for the local council. Curiously enough, though he didn't know it, he was also a direct male-line descendant of Genghis Khan, though intervening generations and racial mixing had so juggled his genes that he had no discernible Mongoloid characteristics, and the only vestiges left in Mr. L. Prosser of his mighty ancestry were a pronounced stoutness about the tum and a predilection for little fur hats. He was by no means a great warrior. In fact, he was a nervous, worried man. Today he was particularly nervous and worried because something had gone seriously wrong with his job, which was to see that Arthur Dent's house got cleared out of the way before the day was out. "Come off it, Mr. Dent," he said. "You can't win, you know. You can't lie in front of the bulldozer indefinitely." He tried to make his eyes blaze fiercely, but they just wouldn't do it. Arthur lay in the mud and squelched at him. "I'm game," he said. "We'll see who rusts first." "I'm afraid you're going to have to accept it," said Mr. Prosser, gripping his fur hat and rolling it round the top of his head. "This bypass has got to be built, and it's going to be built." "First I've heard of it," said Arthur. "Why's it got to be built?" Mr. Prosser shook his finger at him for a bit, then stopped and put it away again. "What do you mean, why's it got to be built?" he said. "It's a bypass. You've got to build bypasses." Bypasses are devices which allow some people to dash from point A to point B very fast, whilst other people dash from point B to point A very fast. People living at point C, being a point directly in between, are often given to wonder what's so great about point A that so many people from point B are so keen to get there, and what's so great about point B that so many people from point A are so keen to get there. They often wish that people would just once and for all work out where the hell they wanted to be. Mr. Prosser wanted to be at point D. Point D wasn't anywhere in particular, it was just any convenient point, a very long way from points A, B and C. He would have a nice little cottage at point D, with axes over the door, and spend a pleasant amount of time at point E, which would be the nearest pub to point D. His wife, of course, wanted climbing roses, but he wanted axes. He didn't know why, he just liked axes. He flushed hotly under the derisive grins of the bulldozer drivers. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, but it was equally uncomfortable on each. Obviously somebody had been appallingly incompetent, and he hoped to God it wasn't him. Mr. Prosser said, "You are quite entitled to make any suggestions or protests at the appropriate time, you know." "Appropriate time?" hooted Arthur. "Appropriate time? The first I knew about it was when a workman arrived at my house yesterday. I asked him if he'd come to clean the windows, and he said no, he'd come to demolish the house. He didn't tell me straight away, of course. Oh, no. First he wiped a couple of windows and charged me $5. Then he told me." "But, Mr. Dent, the plans have been available in the local planning office for the last 9 months. "Oh, yes," said Arthur. "Well, as soon as I heard, I went straight round to see them yesterday afternoon. You hadn't exactly gone out of your way to call attention to them, had you? I mean, like, actually telling anybody or anything." "But the plans are on display." "On display? I eventually had to go down to the cellar to find them." "Well, that's the display department." "With a torch." "Ah, well, the lights had probably gone." "So had the stairs." "But look, you found the notice, didn't you?" "Yes," said Arthur. "Yes, I did. It was on display in the bottom of a locked filing cabinet, stuck in a disused lavatory, with a sign on the door saying, 'Beware of the leopard.'" A cloud passed overhead. It cast a shadow over Arthur Dent as he lay propped up on his elbow in the cold mud. It cast a shadow over Arthur Dent's house. Mr. Prosser frowned at it. "It's not as if it's a particularly nice house," he said. "I'm sorry, but I happen to like it." "You like the bypass?" "Oh, shut up," said Arthur Dent. "Shut up and go away and take your bloody bypass with you. You haven't got a leg to stand on and you know it." Mr. Prosser's mouth opened and closed a couple of times, whilst his mind was for a moment filled with inexplicable but terribly attractive visions of Arthur Dent's house being consumed with fire, and Arthur himself running screaming from the blazing ruin with at least 3 hefty spears protruding from his back. Mr. Prosser was often bothered with visions like these, and they made him feel very nervous. He stuttered for a moment, and then pulled himself together. "Mr. Dent," he said. "Hello? Yes?" said Arthur. "Some factual information for you. Have you any idea how much damage that bulldozer would suffer if I just let it roll straight over you?" "How much?" said Arthur. "None at all," said Mr. Prosser. and stormed nervously off, wondering why his brain was filled with 1,000 hairy horsemen, all shouting at him. By a curious coincidence, none at all is exactly how much suspicion the ape descendant Arthur Dent had that one of his closest friends was not descended from an ape, but was in fact from a small planet somewhere in the vicinity of Betelgeuse, and not from Guildford, as he usually claimed. Arthur Dent had never, ever suspected this. This friend of his had first arrived on the planet Earth some 15 Earth years previously, and he had worked hard to blend himself into Earth society, with, it must be said, some success. For instance, he had spent those 15 years pretending to be an out-of-work actor, which was plausible enough. He had made one careless blunder, though, because he had skimped a bit on his preparatory research. The information he had gathered had led him to choose the name Ford Prefect as being nicely inconspicuous. He was not conspicuously tall. His features were striking, but not conspicuously handsome. His hair was wiry and gingerish and brushed backwards from the temples. His skin seemed to be pulled backwards from the nose. There was something very slightly odd about him, but it was difficult to say what it was. Perhaps it was that his eyes didn't seem to blink often enough, and when you talked to him for any length of time, your eyes began involuntarily to water on his behalf. Perhaps it was that he smiled slightly too broadly and gave people the unnerving impression that he was about to go for their neck. He struck most of the friends he had made on Earth as an eccentric, but a harmless one, an unruly boozer with some oddish habits. For instance, he would often gate-crash university parties, get badly drunk and start making fun of any astrophysicists he could find till he got thrown out. Sometimes he would get seized with oddly distracted moods and stare into the sky as if hypnotized until someone asked him what he was doing. Then he would start guiltily for a moment, relax and grin. "Oh, just looking for flying saucers," he would joke, and everyone would laugh and ask him what sort of flying saucers he was looking for. "Green ones," he would reply with a wicked grin, laugh wildly for a moment, and then suddenly lunge for the nearest bar and buy an enormous round of drinks. Evenings like this usually ended badly. Ford would get out of his skull on whiskey, huddle into the corner with some girl, and explain to her in slurred phrases that honestly the colour of the flying saucers didn't matter that much, really. Thereafter, staggering semi-paralytic down the night streets, he would often ask passing policemen if they knew the way to Betelgeuse. The policeman would usually say something like, "Don't you think it's time you went off home, sir?" "I'm trying to, baby, I'm trying to," is what Ford invariably replied on these occasions. In fact, what he was really looking for when he stared distractedly into the sky was any kind of flying saucer at all. The reason he said green was that green was the traditional space livery of the Betelgeuse trading scouts. Ford Prefect was desperate that any flying saucer at all would arrive soon, because 15 years is a long time to get stranded anywhere, particularly somewhere as mind-bogglingly dull as the Earth. Ford wished that a flying saucer would arrive soon because he knew how to flag flying saucers down and get lifts from them. He knew how to see the marvels of the universe for less than $30 Altarian a day. In fact, Ford Prefect was a roving researcher for that wholly remarkable book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Human beings are great adapters, and by lunchtime, life in the environs of Arthur's house had settled into a steady routine. It was Arthur's accepted role to lie squelching in the mud, making occasional demands to see his lawyer, his mother, or a good book. It was Mr. Prosser's accepted role to tackle Arthur with the occasional new ploy, such as the "for the public good" talk, or the "March of Progress" talk, or the "they knocked my house down once, you know, never look back" talk, and various other cajoleries and threats. And it was the bulldozer driver's accepted role to sit around drinking coffee and experimenting with union regulations to see how they could turn the situation to their financial advantage. The Earth moved slowly in its diurnal course. The sun was beginning to dry out the mud that Arthur lay in. A shadow moved across him again. "Hello, Arthur," said the shadow. Arthur looked up and, squinting into the sun, was startled to see Ford Prefect standing above him. "Ford! Hello, how are you?" Fine," said Ford. "Look, are you busy? Am I busy? Exclaimed Arthur. Well, I've just got all these bulldozers and things to lie in front of because they'll knock my house down if I don't, but other than that, well, no, not especially. Why? They don't have sarcasm on Beetlejuice, and Ford Prefect often failed to notice it unless he was concentrating. He said, "Good, is there any way we can talk?" "What?" said Arthur Dent. For a few seconds Ford seemed to ignore him, and stared fixedly into the sky like a rabbit trying to get run over by a car. Then suddenly he squatted down beside Arthur. "We've got to talk," he said, urgently. "Fine," said Arthur, "talk." "And drink," said Ford. "It's vitally important that we talk and drink. Now, we'll go to the pub in the village." He looked into the sky again, nervous, expectant. "Look, don't you understand?" shouted Arthur. He pointed at Prosser. "That man wants to knock my house down." Ford glanced at him, puzzled. "Well, he can do it while you're away, can't he?" he asked. "But I don't want him to." "Ah. Look, what's the matter with you, Ford?" said Arthur. Nothing's the matter. Listen to me. I've got to tell you the most important thing you've ever heard. I've got to tell you now, and I've got to tell you in the saloon bar of the Horse and Groom." "But why?" "Because you're going to need a very stiff drink." Ford stared at Arthur, and Arthur was astonished to find his will beginning to weaken. He didn't realize that this was because of an old drinking game that Ford had learnt to play in the hyperspace ports that serve the Madronite mining belts in the star system of Orion Beta. The game was not unlike the Earth game called Indian Wrestling, and was played like this. 2 contestants would sit either side of a table with a glass in front of each of them. Between them would be placed a bottle of Jank's Spirit, as immortalized in that ancient Orion mining song, "Oh, don't give me none more of that old Jank spirit. No, don't give me none more of that old Jank spirit. For my head will fly, my tongue will lie, my eyes will fry, and I may die. Won't you pour me one more of that sinful old Jank spirit?" Each of the contestants would then concentrate their will on the bottle and attempt to tip it and pour spirit into the glass of his opponent, who would then have to drink it. The bottle would then be refilled. The game would be played again and again. Once you started to lose, you would probably keep losing, because one of the effects of Jank's Spirit is to depress telepsychic power. As soon as the predetermined quantity had been consumed, the final loser would have to perform a forfeit, which was usually obscenely biological. Ford Prefect usually played to lose. Ford stared at Arthur, who began to think that perhaps he did want to go to the Horse and Groom after all. "But what about my house?" he asked plaintively. Ford looked across to Mr. Prosser, and suddenly a wicked thought struck him. "He wants to knock your house down." "Yes, he wants to build, and he can't because you're lying in front of his bulldozer." "Yes, and I'm sure we can come to some arrangement," said Ford. "Excuse me," he shouted. Mr. Prosser, who was arguing with a spokesman for the bulldozer drivers about whether or not Arthur Dent constituted a mental health hazard, and how much they should get paid if he did, looked around. He was surprised and slightly alarmed to see that Arthur had company. "Hello? Yes?" he called. "Has Mr. Dent come to his senses yet?" "Can we, for the moment," called Ford, "assume that he hasn't?" "Well," sighed Mr. Prosser. "And can we also assume," said Ford, "that he's going to be staying here all day?" So all your men are going to be standing around all day doing nothing?" Could be. "Well, if you're resigned to doing that anyway, you don't actually need him to lie here all the time, do you?" "What?" "You don't," said Ford patiently, "actually need him here." Mr. Prosser thought about this. "Well, no, not as such," he said. "Not exactly need." Prosser was worried. He thought that one of them wasn't making a lot of sense. Ford said, "So if you'd just like to take it as read that he's actually here, then he and I could slip off down to the pub for half an hour. How does that sound?" Mr. Prosser thought it sounded perfectly potty. "That sounds perfectly reasonable," he said in a reassuring tone of voice, wondering who he was trying to reassure. "And if you want to pop off for a quick one yourself later on," said Ford, "we can always cover for you in return." "Oh, thank you very much," said Mr. Prosser, who no longer knew how to play this at all. "Thank you very much. Yes, that's very kind." He frowned, then smiled, then tried to do both at once, failed, grasped hold of his fur hat and rolled it fitfully round the top of his head. He could only assume that he had just won. "So," continued Ford Prefect, "if you'd just like to come over here and lie down—" "What?" said Mr. Prosser. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Ford. "Perhaps I hadn't made myself fully clear. Somebody's got to lie in front of the bulldozers, haven't they? Or there won't be anything to stop them driving into Mr. Dent's house, will there?" "What?" said Mr. Prosser again. "It's very simple," said Ford. "My client, Mr. Dent, says that he will stop lying here in the mud on the sole condition that you come and take over from him." "What are you talking about?" said Arthur, but Ford nudged him with his shoe to be quiet. "You want me," said Prosser, spelling out this new thought to himself, "to come and lie there?" "Yes." "In front of the bulldozer?" "Yes." "Instead of Mr. Dent?" "Yes." "In the mud?" "In, as you say, the mud." As soon as Mr. Prosser realized that he was substantially the loser after all, it was as if a weight lifted itself off his shoulders. This was more like the world as he knew it. He sighed. "In return for which, you will take Mr. Dent with you down to the pub." "That's it," said Ford. "That's it exactly." Mr. Prosser took a few nervous steps forward and stopped. "Promise?" he said. "Promise," said Ford. He turned to Arthur. "Come on," he said to him. "Get up and let the man lie down." Arthur stood up, feeling as if he was in a dream. Ford beckoned to Prosser, who, sadly, awkwardly, sat down in the mud. He felt that his whole life was some kind of dream, and he sometimes wondered whose it was and whether they were enjoying it. The mud folded itself round his bottom and his arms and oozed into his shoes. Ford looked at him severely. "And no sneaky knocking Mr. Dent's house down while he's away, all right?" he said. "The mere thought," growled Mr. Prosser, "hadn't even begun to speculate," he continued, settling himself back, "about the merest possibility of crossing my mind." He saw the bulldozer driver's union representative approaching, and let his head sink back and closed his eyes. He was trying to marshal his arguments for proving that he did not now constitute a mental health hazard himself. He was far from certain about this. His mind seemed to be full of noise, horses, smoke, and the stench of blood. This always happened when he felt miserable or put upon, and he had never been able to explain it to himself. In a high dimension of which we know nothing, the mighty Khan bellowed with rage, but Mr. Prosser only trembled slightly and whimpered. He began to feel little pricks of water behind his eyelids. Bureaucratic cock-ups, angry men lying in mud, indecipherable strangers handing out inexplicable humiliations, and an unidentified army of horsemen laughing at him in his head. What a day! What a day! Ford Prefect knew that it didn't matter a pair of dingoes' kidneys whether Arthur's house got knocked down or not now. Arthur remained very worried. "But can we trust him?" he said. "Myself, I'd trust him to the end of the earth," said Ford. "Oh, yes," said Arthur. "And how far's that?" "About 12 minutes away," said Ford. "Come on, I need a drink." Chapter 2. Here's what the Encyclopedia Galactica has to say about alcohol. It says that alcohol is a colourless, volatile liquid formed by the fermentation of sugars, and also notes its intoxicating effect on certain carbon-based life forms. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy also mentions alcohol. It says that the best drink in existence is the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. It says that the effect of drinking a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster is like having your brain smashed out by a slice of lemon wrapped round a large gold brick. The guide also tells you on which planets the best Pan-Galactic Gargle Blasters are mixed, how much you can expect to pay for one, and what voluntary organizations exist to help you rehabilitate afterwards. The guide even tells you how you can mix one yourself. Take the juice from one bottle of that old jank spirit, it says. Pour into it 1 measure of water from the seas of Santraginus 5. Oh, that Santraginian seawater, it says. Oh, those Santraginian fish. Allow 3 cubes of Arcturan Megagin to melt into the mixture. It must be properly iced or the benzene is lost. Allow 4 liters of Phalian marsh gas to bubble through it, in memory of all those happy hikers who have died of pleasure in the marshes of Phalia. Over the back of a silver spoon float a measure of qualactin hypermint extract, redolent of all the heady odours of the dark qualactin zones, subtle, sweet, and mystic. Drop in the tooth of an Algolian sun tiger. Watch it dissolve, spreading the fires of the Algolian suns deep into the heart of the drink. Sprinkle zamphor. Add an olive. Drink, but very carefully. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy sells rather better than the Encyclopedia Galactica.